You live, walk, and see in such a state of sleep, in such deep unconsciousness, that you continuously fail to see that which truly is. I am here to tell you that you are alive only in name, mistaking the endless chatter of your restless mind for reality. But your mind is a web of illusions. It fragments the truth because it cannot contain the whole. If you want to find the divine, you must gather the ultimate courage to let go and completely disappear as you are right now. The exact moment you step into the silent space of the witness, you will shock yourself with the realization you did not even exist until you started to watch. Hello, my friends. I do not know why you have come here to listen to me, and perhaps you too do not know. Most of humanity lives in such a profound state of sleep that they are completely unaware of why they are living, where they are going, or what the ultimate purpose of this breathing mechanism is. We live, we walk, we see, and we hear. Yet we remain completely unconscious of that which truly is. We fail to come into direct contact with the reality that surrounds us from all sides, both within and without. It is no wonder then if you have found this video unknowingly drifting through the vastness of the digital world without fully understanding the thirst that brought you here. If you feel a resonance in this moment, a quiet pull to stay, I invite you to interact with this content, perhaps by liking this video or leaving a comment about where you are on your path, so that this shared frequency can reach more searching souls across the world. I know exactly why I am here, and that is what I want to share with you. Man's quest for truth continues through countless lifetimes, and it is only after the arduous endeavor of many births that he gets a tiny glimpse of what we call bliss, peace, or the ultimate truth. We may call it God, we may call it enlightenment, or we may call it the quantum source, though no word can ever truly encapsulate it. When a seeker finally attains this supreme state, they often believe they will simply rest and enjoy it completely. But they are very mistaken. Upon reaching the summit, they find that it is just the beginning of a completely new labor, a fresh undertaking where there is no resting at all. Until yesterday, they strove hard to find the truth. Today, they must rush about to share it with others. If this were not the case, Buddha would not have traveled from village to village. Mahavira would not have knocked on the doors of the common people, and Jesus would not have called out to the fishermen. When you find something of the beyond, your soul thirsts to spread its fragrance everywhere. This meeting of ours can become immensely meaningful if you are here for the exact same reason, meeting me on the same spiritual plane. Otherwise, as it so often happens, there can be no true meeting whatsoever, even though our paths are crossing in this physical reality. If you are not listening with your entire being, there will be no point of connection between us despite your close attention to my voice. I want you to see that which I now see. It is so close to you that it is truly amazing how you continue to miss it. Sometimes I suspect that you have deliberately closed your eyes and your ears. Jesus said repeatedly that people have eyes but they do not see, and they have ears but they do not hear. It is not only the physically blind who are blind, or the physically deaf who are deaf. True blindness belongs to those who possess normal eyes, yet remain totally oblivious to the primordial energy that surrounds them from every direction. What is the matter with humanity? Why do we miss the obvious? There is a very small obstruction in the way of your inner vision. It is not a massive obstacle like a mountain. It is like a microscopic speck of dust that gets caught in your eye. Logic will tell you that to obstruct the view of a magnificent mountain, the obstacle must be larger than the mountain itself. But in reality, a tiny speck of dust, because it covers the pupil of your eye, makes the entire mountain invisible. Similarly, what obstructs your inner vision is not a giant wall of sin, but a tiny accumulation of psychological dust, a small knot of ego that makes you completely blind to the ultimate reality of existence. To understand this secret, we must look at what modern science is beginning to call the observer effect, which is nothing but the contemporary language for the ancient art of witnessing. Science now tells us that subatomic particles change their behavior the moment they are watched. Until they are observed, they exist only as waves of pure potential, a blurry cloud of probabilities. But the very moment an observer looks at them, those waves instantly collapse into solid matter, into a distinct particle, into a concrete reality. This is what I mean when I say that you do not truly exist until you watch. Right now, you are only a bundle of unmanifested possibilities, a sleeping wave in the ocean of nature. You have not yet become a crystallized reality because you have not turned the power of your own observation inward. The moment you become a conscious witness of your own internal space, your entire life collapses its chaotic probabilities and crystallizes into pure divine energy. This truth is deeply practical, and understanding it can completely solve the fundamental miseries of your daily life. If you feel a deep gratitude for these insights as we begin to unravel them, you can support this work by clicking the join button to become a member of our sanctuary, or by offering a super thanks as an expression of your love, helping us continue to bring these timeless streams of awareness to humanity. Remember well that in this vast existence, only that truth is meaningful for which a sensitivity has been created within your own being to receive it. If I have no ears, the majestic roar of the ocean is completely wasted on me, even if it roars for all eternity. If I am blind, the sun can arrive right at my doorstep, shedding its brilliant light, but it will not exist for me. We talk so much about God, we write endless scriptures, millions of people sing beautiful hymns in temples, churches, and mosques. But despite all of this noise, it does not seem that humanity has any real contact with the divine. We do not feel the heartbeat of the cosmos within our own chest. It all remains empty talk. We believe that by talking about light, we can somehow escape our blindness. But if a blind man talks about the physics of light for thousands of years, he will still remain in total darkness. Temples and churches have succeeded only in creating a beautiful illusion. People sitting inside them possess beliefs, but they do not possess knowing. Believing is cheap. It is nothing more than intellectual talking. If someone argues forcefully and proves the existence of God to you, and you fail to defeat his logic, you accept his conclusion. But believing is not knowing. I am here to tell you that direct knowing is absolutely possible. There is a dormant center inside your brain, an extraordinary third eye, which is currently lying asleep. Once in a great while, a Krishna awakens this center and begins to dance in pure ecstasy. A Jesus awakens it and cries from the cross, asking forgiveness for his tormentors because he sees their deep unconsciousness. A Siddhartha awakens it and becomes the Buddha, the fully awakened one. I am here specifically to help you awaken this sleeping center within your own consciousness. Look at a simple electric bulb shedding light around a room. If you cut the hidden wire that connects it to the distant powerhouse, the bulb remains exactly the same structurally, but it immediately ceases to shed light. There is a center inside each one of us through which the ultimate source can be known. But because your vital life force does not reach that center, it remains completely inactive, cold, and dormant. Even if your physical eyes are perfectly healthy, they are useless if the internal energy fails to activate them. I remember a young woman who was brought to me by her distressed family. She had fallen deeply in love with a young man next door. When her parents discovered this romance, they immediately erected a massive physical wall between the two houses to stop them from ever seeing each other again. The young lovers used to gaze at each other from their rooftops. So this wall completely smashed her world. The very day the wall was finished, the young woman suddenly went completely blind. Her parents thought she was pretending. They threatened her and scolded her. But blindness cannot be cured by anger. The best doctors examined her eyes and declared that physically there was absolutely nothing wrong with them. Yet she was truly blind. It was a psychological blindness. Her mind had said, if these eyes cannot see the one person they were meant to see, then there is no use for them at all. It is better they stop seeing entirely. Because of this powerful subconscious conviction, her vital life force stopped flowing to her eyes. The mechanism was perfect, but the electric current of life had been blocked. There is a hidden center at the very core of your being where you relate directly with the primordial energy of life. It is from this center that the celestial music is heard, a cosmic melody created without any instruments. It is this center that knows absolute freedom, leading you into a limitless expanse where death ceases to exist and sorrow dissolves into abounding bliss. But your life force is currently impeded, blocked somewhere very close to the base of your structure. What I call meditation is nothing but your utmost effort to force this life energy to travel upward into that dormant center so that the 1,000-petaled lotus can finally bloom in your brain. Every seed has the inherent right to become a majestic tree, but not every seed achieves it. To become a tree, the seed must be willing to disintegrate, to break its hard outer shell, and to completely die as a seed. It must disappear into the soil. If you place a tiny seed next to a massive, sprawling tree, it seems absolutely impossible that the gigantic tree is hidden inside that microscopic speck. This is exactly how we feel when we stand near a Buddha or a Krishna. We feel so small, so ordinary, that we touch their feet and say, "You are a special incarnation of God, an avatar, and we are just petty human beings who can only crawl." If a seed could speak, it would say the same thing to the great tree. It would worship the tree and say, "You are divine, I am just a helpless little seed, I can never be like you." Religions have made a great mistake by stopping at mere worship. Worshipping a tree will never turn a seed into a tree. An egg can worship a flying bird for lifetimes, but it will never spread its wings in the vast sky until it cracks its own shell and disappears as an egg. When a tiny chick first emerges from its shell, it has no confidence. It sits on the edge of the branch, shaking and trembling, looking at the vast sky. It cannot believe that it is meant to fly across continents. It must gather courage and take that initial terrifying leap into the empty air. For these days that we are spending together, you are going to sit on the edge of your own consciousness, wondering if a journey into the magnificent unknown is truly possible. No matter how loudly I urge you to jump, you will remain hesitant until you actually take the leap. It must be a leap in the dark. Think of someone who wants to learn how to swim. His logic seems perfectly sound when he says, "I will never step into the deep river until I have completely mastered the art of swimming." But the instructor will laugh and say, "If you do not enter the water, you will never learn the first stroke." The logic of the bank and the reality of the river are completely opposed. Learning begins by stepping into the current. The truth is, everybody already knows how to swim. It is not a learning, it is a remembering. The moment you are thrown into the deep water, your body instinctively throws its arms and legs about. With practice, that haphazard movement becomes methodical, skillful, and graceful. The experience of the divine is exactly like this. The day you experience it, you will laugh and exclaim, "I always knew this. It was already inside me. I just never gathered the courage to take the jump. I kept hanging onto the dry bank of intellect." If you ask modern brain specialists, they will tell you that even a genius uses only a tiny fraction of his brain capacity. The vast majority of the human brain remains completely dark, dormant, and unused. This unused space is the secret abode of the third eye, the super sense. The moment this door is opened, matter completely disappears and God appears. Form vanishes and the magnificent formless reality is revealed. Death loses its sting and the portal to immortality opens wide. Right now we are alive only in name. Do you truly believe that merely breathing, digesting food, and going to bed at night constitutes life? Is it life to simply grow from youth to old age, leave a few children behind, and then vanish into a grave? Even automated machines can perform these mechanical processes. In the future, science may create human beings entirely in test tubes. Mechanical life is cheap. True life is a completely different phenomenon. If a dead electric bulb could speak, it would think that being pushed around by a gust of wind is its actual life. But the moment the raw electricity surges through its wire, it will be completely speechless with glory. It will cry out, "I do not know what has happened, but where there was total darkness, there is now a brilliant radiation of light flowing to the very corners of the universe." Those who realize the divine do not take any personal credit. They do not say, "I have achieved enlightenment." They look at their past self and their current reality and find absolutely no connection. They say, "It is all His grace. It is an absolute shower of compassion." But to reach that grace, a journey of intense human effort is absolutely mandatory. This effort is small in terms of physical distance, but immense in terms of psychological transformation. The distance between the place where your vital energy is stored and the spot in your brain where your inner eye is open is hardly 3 feet. The space where your life force is stored is like a quiet pool near the sex center, which is why it is traditionally called the Kundalini, meaning a pool of water or a coiled serpent sleeping in absolute stillness. The tiny pleasure that humanity derives from sexual experiences is not actually the pleasure of sex itself. It is merely a faint vibration arising in this deep pool of vital energy due to the friction of the act. The sleeping serpent is slightly disturbed. It moves a fraction of an inch, and you think you have experienced the greatest joy in life. You are completely unaware of the cataclysmic bliss that happens when the entire serpent completely awakens, uncoils, travels all the way up your spine and explodes into your brain. To disturb this sleeping center is a dangerous undertaking. It is far more dangerous than playing with a physical cobra. Most physical snakes are completely non-poisonous, and even if a poisonous one bites you, it can only destroy your physical garment. But playing with the Kundalini is an absolute risk because it brings about a total psychological death. The person you were until yesterday will be completely erased. A totally new individual will be born, someone you could have never imagined in your wildest dreams. It is this profound fear of self-extinction that prevents people from becoming truly religious. We want to find God, but we want to retain our current ego. We want to cross the ocean, but we are terrified of losing sight of the shore. The great mystic Kabir said a beautiful thing. He said, "Those who sought the pearl dug deep into the dangerous depths of the ocean and found it. But I proved myself to be an absolute fool because Out of the fear of being drowned, I chose to remain sitting safely on the dry seashore. If you want to find the ultimate treasure, you must be completely ready to drown. If you choose to save your seed self, you will remain an egg forever, never tasting the freedom of the vast sky. Therefore, my friends, as we journey into these meditations, I ask you to stake everything. Do not withhold even a tiny fraction of your energy. This is not a small, safe gamble. It is the ultimate risk. He alone wins who stakes his all. It is impossible for a seed to save half of itself and let the other half sprout into a tree. It is an all or nothing phenomenon. If you hold back even a single drop of your effort, the entire labor will be completely wasted. To bring this message deeper to your heart and to ensure you have these teachings in your permanent collection, consider exploring our custom ebooks, which outline these stages of inner physics, allowing you to contemplate them in your quiet hours. I remember when gold was first discovered in the mountains of Colorado. The entire nation of America went mad with greed, and everyone rushed to buy a piece of land. One multimillionaire sold his entire estate, invested his whole fortune, and bought an entire mountain in Colorado. He brought in massive high-tech mining machines and began to dig deep into the rock. Months passed. His workers dug deeper and deeper, but there was absolutely no sign of gold. He panicked. He saw his entire life's wealth completely dissolving into the dust. In total despair, he gave up, stopped the machines, and advertised the mountain for sale at a throwaway price. A simple, uneducated man came forward and bought the mountain along with all the heavy machinery. The multimillionaire laughed and said, "You are a complete fool. This mountain has ruined me. There is no gold here at all." The simple man replied, "Who knows? Perhaps you just did not dig in the right spot." The new owner hired an expert engineer to examine the patterns of the rock. The engineer looked at the tunnels and said, "The previous owner stopped digging exactly 1 foot away from the richest gold vein in the entire state. The new owner started the machines, dug just 12 inches deeper, and struck an absolute fortune of pure gold." This happens every single day in the spiritual realm. I know thousands of seekers who travel from ashram to ashram, practicing meditation half-heartedly, and then they turn back in total disappointment. They miss the divine by just 1 inch. At the exact moment when the inner door was about to fly open, they became tired. They let go of their intensity and they turned back to their old worldly life. I insist on a total stake because it is only when you have completely exhausted your ordinary day-to-day energy that your body is forced to unlock its deep emergency reserves. The sleeping serpent in the reservoir will not wake up for a casual, lukewarm request. It wakes up only when it sees that you have risked your entire existence, that you have no energy left, and that your survival depends on its awakening. Imagine I ask you to run down a path and you run. You think you are running at your maximum speed. Suddenly, a wild animal jumps out of the bushes and chases you. Your speed instantly doubles. Where did this sudden surge of extra power come from? It was always there, hidden in your reserve pool, waiting for a crisis. For meditation, you must create a voluntary crisis. You must pour your entire vital capacity into your breathing, into your questioning, until your body is completely electrified. The moment you touch that peak of intensity, you will suddenly feel an extraordinary current rising from the base of your spine. It is hot like a blazing fire, yet simultaneously cool like a fresh morning breeze. It feels like a harsh prick of 1,000 thorns, yet it is as soft and delicate as a beautiful lotus flower. When this energy begins its upward flight, do not hold yourself back at any point. Let go of yourself completely. Leave your consciousness in the hands of this rising current, just as a swimmer stops fighting the river and simply floats with the stream. This second birth is a highly traumatic experience because you are both the mother who is giving birth and the child who is being born. You will experience the intense pangs of labor within your own soul. Your body will begin to shake, to twist, and to turn in ways that are completely unfamiliar to you. Do not suppress these movements out of the fear of what the person sitting next to you will think. The civilized world has completely destroyed man's spontaneity. We have stopped laughing fully, and we have stopped crying fully. We are always standing outside of our own lives, observing ourselves like critics, worried about our social reputation. You must understand that all the postures of yoga, all the sacred asanas, were not invented by philosophers sitting in a library. They were discovered completely by accident during deep meditation. When the primordial energy flows through a seeker, his body naturally takes certain postures to allow the energy to pass without resistance. If the mind is full of anger, your fists clench automatically. If the mind is full of pure love, your hands open and relax instinctively. In the same way, when the divine energy surges within you, your body will want to dance, to jump, to weep or to laugh. If you try to control it intellectually, you will fracture the internal process and your meditation will be completely paralyzed. I want this space to be a pure mirror for your transformation. If you feel that these discourses are creating an opening within you, take a moment to subscribe to this channel. Share this video with someone who is struggling to find their path, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a step in this journey. Let go of all your cultural conditionings. We have suppressed our tears for decades. We have hidden our madness behind a mask of sanity. And now we are carrying a volcanic load of repressed emotions within our nervous system. This load must be completely purged. If you feel like shouting, shout full-throatedly. If you feel like weeping, let your tears wash away the dust of lifetimes. Do not discuss your experiences with others because they will not understand you. Every man measures the universe by his own limited yardstick. If you tell an intellectual that your body began to dance in ecstasy, he will laugh and tell you that you are losing your mind. Talk directly to me and leave the opinions of the world behind. Let us now prepare our understanding for the deeper layers of this inner science. There is no duality in existence. Matter and consciousness are not two separate things. Matter is simply consciousness fast asleep, and consciousness is matter fully awakened. The materialist and the spiritualist are both looking at the same coin from different sides. The time is fast approaching when science and religion will dissolve into each other. Because as physics dives deeper into the atom, it finds that solid matter is a complete illusion. There are only waves of pure energy, behaving like a particle one moment and a wave the next. If you prefer the language of the higher, you will see that everything is spirit. I prefer the language of consciousness because it leaves the door of ultimate possibility wide open for you. Your mind, your intellect, your ego, and your soul are not separate entities living inside you. They are merely different names for the same energy operating at different frequencies. When your mind is arrogant and claims ownership, it is the ego. When it focuses in a specific direction to solve a problem, it is the intellect. When it wanders aimlessly in daydreams, it is the mind stuff. And when it becomes perfectly still, silent, and rippleless, it is the soul. Mind is nothing but the tempestuous, agitated state of your soul, and the soul is nothing but the perfectly tranquil, silent state of your mind. People often ask me how many years it took me to enter into this state of meditation. This question is fundamentally flawed because entry into meditation does not happen in time at all. You can spend millions of lifetimes wandering around the outer wall of the temple, running in circles on the circumference. But entry into the inner sanctuary always happens in a single, timeless moment. It happens in the microscopic gap between two successive thoughts. If you run on the circumference of a circle, no matter how fast you run, you will never reach the center. To reach the center, you must completely stop running and take a perpendicular jump. In bliss, time completely disappears. The clock and the calendar are inventions of human misery. If you are sitting next to a dying relative, a single night feels like an absolute eternity. If you are sitting with your beloved, hours fly past like moments. Misery lengthens time, happiness shortens time, and absolute bliss completely transcends time. When you enter true meditation, you enter the timeless realm where there is no past, no future, and no clock ticking away your life. To achieve this, your mind must become an absolute mirror. If you shake a camera while pressing the shutter, the photograph will be completely blurred and distorted. The waves of your thoughts are constantly shaking your internal camera, which is why your perception of reality is entirely fragmented. You see 1,000 broken pieces of the moon reflected on the turbulent surface of the sea, and you think there are 1,000 moons. The moment the water becomes perfectly still, the 1,000 reflections dissolve, and the one true moon is seen shining in the vast sky. Let this first part of our long journey sink deeply into your consciousness. We are going to pause here, allowing these words to vibrate within your heart. Do not rush, do not look away. Let your mind absorb the physics of this awakening and prepare yourself for the next step of this transformation. Leaving behind the endless clatter of commerce and domestic entanglements, believing that the only way to safeguard the flickering flame of inner energy was to physically isolate the body from the world. But I say to you, the modern marketplace is not your enemy. Your own unconsciousness is the only true barrier. You do not need to abandon your worldly duties, your families, or your professions to find the ultimate source of life force. What you truly need is to learn the secret alchemy of energy conservation right where you are, transforming your day-to-day existence into a sacred field of awareness. Look at how you live your life from morning until night. You squander your precious vital energy on trivialities, on endless gossip, on reading the morning newspapers, and on listening to the constant noise of the world. By the time evening arrives, you are completely spent, like a hollow shell or a dry cartridge that has nothing left to give. With such an exhausted vehicle, how can you expect to take a quantum leap into the bottomless abyss of the divine? Meditation demands an immense pool of energy, a volcanic reservoir that can be channeled upward to awaken the sleeping serpent within your spine. If you are constantly leaking your life force through the thousands of cracks in your ego, you will remain stagnant on the bank of the river forever. This is why we must gather our strength, closing the unnecessary windows of our senses, so that the power can build up within our being like a raging storm. When you choose to actively participate in this transmission of truth and share this digital fragrance with other seeking souls, you are participating in a global gathering of awareness, a collective pooling of energy that helps to pierce through the heavy fog of modern materialism. We are creating an invisible network of light, and your active presence in this space ensures that the message of awakening can reach the darkest corners of human unconsciousness. Let us examine closely the first step of this inner revolution, which is the practice of intense, chaotic breathing. Why do I place so much emphasis on the breath? Because the breath is the mysterious bridge that connects your visible physical form with your invisible spiritual essence. It is the thin thread that prevents the soul from flying away from the clay vehicle of the body. If your breathing is shallow, mechanical, and unconscious, your connection to life will remain superficial. You will merely exist on the surface of your body, never knowing the depths of the ocean that lies beneath your skin. When you begin to breathe with absolute power, inhaling and exhaling with total intensity for 10 continuous minutes, you are violently shaking the bottle of your existence. You are forcing an extraordinary amount of oxygen into your system, which completely upsets the old chemical balance of carbon dioxide and oxygen that has kept your consciousness in a state of perpetual slumber. This rapid, deep hammering breaks the rigid crust of your physical habits. It alerts the dormant cells of your nervous system and sends an electric current straight to the base of your spine where the primal energy pool resides. You must become a pure breathing machine, a powerful bellows that moves the air in and out without any hesitation or self-restraint. Do not look at what others are doing around you. Do not worry about looking foolish or uncivilized. Civilization is nothing but a golden cage that has crippled your natural spontaneity. To break out of this cage, you must be willing to become completely chaotic for a moment, letting the storm of breath reshape your entire inner landscape. As you witness this tempest from the quiet hill of your awareness, you will suddenly realize that you are neither the incoming breath nor the outgoing breath. You are simply the detached observer, the unchanging space through which the wind blows. This brings us naturally into the second stage of our energetic experiment, where you must completely let go of your physical body and allow it to manifest whatever catharsis is hidden in your depths. For decades, you have been a master of suppression. Society has trained you to smile when your heart is weeping, to act peaceful when a volcano of rage is boiling inside your chest, and to maintain an artificial mask of respectability at all costs. But your physical body does not understand the sophisticated lies of human culture. It functions according to primal biological laws. Every time you suppress an emotion, that energy is locked inside your muscles, creating tight knots of tension and toxic complexes that paralyze your spiritual growth. When the energy of the Kundalini begins to wake up through the power of your deep breathing, it encounters these heavy walls of suppression and begins to smash against them. If you try to control your body intellectually during this stage, if you sit like a rigid statue of wax out of the fear of what society will say, you will cause immense damage to your internal system. You must cooperate with the energy completely. If your body wants to shake, let it shake. If it wants to whirl like a dervish, allow it to spin with absolute abandon. If tears well up from your eyes, let them flow like a heavy mountain river. If a full-throated scream tears through your chest, let it shatter the silence of your room. You must give your madness a safe, conscious outlet, letting all the accumulated filth of lifetimes erupt and dissolve into thin air. This is the process of pure catharsis, a total psychological cleansing that leaves your body as light and beautiful as a delicate flower. Those who look at this process from the outside may think it looks like a display of absolute hysteria or insanity, but they are completely blind to the spiritual physics of transformation. True sanity belongs only to the person who is the absolute master of his own house, who can turn his mind on and off at will, whereas the so-called normal people are completely enslaved by their chaotic thoughts. To help you understand these intricate mechanisms of the soul and to provide you with practical guideposts for your daily sadhana, we have made our custom digital e-books available, which you can explore to bring a deeper structure to your inner work. Once your body has been thoroughly emptied through the fires of catharsis, you are ready to enter the third stage, which is the relentless questioning of your own identity. Deep breathing must continue to vibrate through your lungs. Your body must remain fully loose and cooperative, and from the very center of your being, you must hurl the question, "Who am I?" like a sharp arrow into the dark unknown. This is not an intellectual riddle to be solved by reading philosophical treatises or analyzing ancient scriptures. Scriptures contain nothing but dead words, and words can never quench your existential thirst. The answer to this question cannot be given to you by a scholar, a priest, or even a master. It is already buried 30 feet deep within your own unconscious soil. The question, "Who am I?" works exactly like a heavy spade, digging through the thick layers of your false personality, your titles, your wealth, and your biological memories. You must repeat this inquiry with total madness, letting the sound reverberate through every single cell of your body, every beat of your heart, and every inhalation of your breath. As you dig deeper, another layer of your mind will inevitably step forward to sabotage your efforts, whispering doubts like, "What will this do?" or "This is entirely useless. You should stop and keep quiet." This is the voice of your old ego, which is terrified of its own extinction, because it knows that if you discover your true identity, the false self will completely dissolve like a shadow when the light is brought into a room. You must ignore this inner critic. Pour your entire power into the question and hit the center of your being with maximum intensity. If you feel a profound call to support this global transmission of meditation and to help us provide this shelter of awareness to seekers across the earth, you can easily click the join button right below this screen to become an active member of our digital temple, or show your love by utilizing the Super Thanks feature, which allows your gratitude to directly fuel this cosmic work. When you reach the absolute climax of your effort, when your energy has touched the 100th degree of the boiling point, I will ask you to drop everything and slip into the fourth stage, which is the realm of total relaxation and non-doing. In a single fraction of a second, all activity must come to an absolute standstill. You must drop the deep breathing, drop the physical movements, and stop asking the question. You must lie down on the floor or remain perfectly still wherever you are, as if you have suddenly dropped dead, as if you have completely ceased to exist as a separate entity. This is the precise moment where the observer effect manifests its ultimate magic. When there is no longer any movement in your mind, when the pendulum of your thoughts has completely stopped swinging to the left or to the right, your consciousness becomes a flawless mirror. In this absolute silence, in this empty void, the guest whom you have been seeking for countless lifetimes suddenly arrives. He does not knock from the outside. He reveals himself from the innermost depths of your own being. You realize that you have never been separate from the primeval source, that you are not a tiny drop trying to find the distant ocean, but that the entire ocean has actually merged into the drop. The storm has passed, leaving behind a tranquil peace that passes all human understanding. You lie there completely hollow, a pure sky without a single cloud, listening to the majestic roar of the universe and letting the streams of unearthly bliss saturate every fiber of your soul. Remember always that this explosion of the divine cannot happen to a mind that is constantly gripping onto security. Humanity has turned its houses, its relationships, and its religions into massive graves out of the sheer fear of danger and insecurity. You build high walls around your life. You employ 1,000 psychological guards at your single door, and you believe that you are safe from the enemies. But the beggar sitting outside your gate is laughing at your delusion, because he knows that the very wall you have built to keep out danger has turned your house into a dark tomb. Death does not need an open door to enter your life. It is already ticking inside your mechanical body. True life belongs only to those who are willing to live dangerously, who open all their doors and windows to the wild winds of existence, completely unprotected and vulnerable. Meditation is the ultimate danger because it demands that you surrender your very self, your small ego, so that the diamond can be born out of the ashes of the coal. Chemically, there is no generic difference between a piece of black coal and a brilliant diamond. They are manifestations of the exact same elemental energy. But the coal can never taste the glory of the light as long as it clings to its black form. It must go through intense heat and pressure. It must be willing to completely disappear as coal so that the diamond can manifest its hidden luminosity. This is why I urge you to take the ultimate risk, to step off the dry bank of intellectual logic and plunge directly into the deep waters of the unknown. You must see the profound irony of your ordinary human relationships. You live together in families, you marry, you create friendships, yet you remain absolute strangers to one another because you are terrified of your own inner nakedness. You wear beautifully made up masks of virtue, kindness, and sophistication, and you spend your entire life standing before the mirror of society, adjusting your facade so that no one can catch a glimpse of the real face behind the makeup. If someone during meditation bared his physical or psychological body, shedding his clothes or his societal conditionings out of a deep urge for absolute innocence. The entire crowd around him became deeply disturbed and offended. They cried out that an explosive, dangerous situation was being created, and they demanded that constraints be put on his freedom. But I ask you, why are you so terrified of nakedness? You are all completely naked behind your expensive garments, yet you walk through the marketplace pretending that your clothes are your true identity. Your anger is tepid, your love is lukewarm, your laughter is superficial, and your tears are suppressed because you are constantly monitoring yourself through the critical eyes of the crowd. You have become your own prison guard, locking yourself in a damp basement of fear. You must throw away these artificial shields. If you are angry, become so totally authentic in your anger that it burns away your false pretenses. If you weep, let your sorrow be an absolute flood that drowns your ego. It is only through this raw, uncompromised honesty with what is that the miracle of Sahaja Yoga can take place within your consciousness. Sahaja means to be perfectly natural, effortless, and spontaneous, letting life flow through you like wild water without the constant interference of the intellectual mind. Consider the beautiful story of the Hindu sannyasin who lived near Sai Baba. This sannyasin spent his days in a quiet temple outside the village, cooking a sumptuous meal every single morning, carrying it to the mosque where Sai Baba lived, and feeding him with deep devotion. One day, Sai Baba looked at him and said, "Why do you take the trouble of walking such a long distance every day? I pass by your temple several times a day, so tomorrow I will simply come to your place and eat my food there." The sannyasin was filled with immense joy and spent the entire next morning preparing a magnificent feast, waiting with eager eyes for the master to arrive. Hours passed, midday came and went, but Sai Baba did not show up. Finally, at 2 in the afternoon, the sannyasin packed the dishes in deep distress and ran to the mosque, crying out, "Master, I waited for you all day. Why did you break your promise and leave me hungry?" Sai Baba laughed and replied, "I did come to your temple at the exact hour we agreed upon, but you insulted me, snubbed me, and chased me away from your doorstep." The sannyasin was completely nonplussed and said, "What are you talking about? No one came to the temple except an old, dirty street dog who tried to stick his nose into the kitchen, and I merely chased him away with a stick." Sai Baba looked into his eyes and said, "That dog was me, but your eyes were so blinded by your conceptual expectations that you could not recognize the divine when it appeared in an uncommon form. The sannyasin wept bitterly and promised that he would never miss the master again. The next day, the same story repeated itself. The sannyasin waited, but Sai Baba did not appear in his physical body. Instead, a miserable leper covered in wounds walked past the temple street, and the sannyasin shouted at him to keep his distance, lest he pollute the sacred food being prepared for the master. When he ran to the mosque later, Sai Baba told him once again, "I came to you as a leper, but the sea of your mind is so restless, so full of judgmental ripples, that you cannot recognize the one essence that flows through all forms." This is the exact tragedy of human consciousness. You are constantly searching for the divine in scriptures, in beautiful stone idols, and in distant heavens, yet you fail to see it when it stands right before you in the form of a street dog, a suffering leper, or a naked seeker. You have created substitute gods, mechanical rituals, and organized religions as a solid conspiracy to keep the real God completely out of your life, because the real God is highly disruptive and jealous. When the true source enters your house, it demands that every single piece of your old furniture, your petty ego, your titles, and your false respectability be thrown out of the window. It sits on the throne alone, all by itself, demanding your absolute extinction. To protect your small self from this divine explosion, you visit cold temples and mosques, offering prayers that are completely lost in the empty sky because there is no one there to hear them. You turn religion into a safe, profitable trade, a means of social exploitation, completely devoid of true faith and direct knowing. I am here to dismantle this conspiracy within you, to shake you to your very roots through the practice of meditation, so that your mind can drop its endless chatter and become as silent as the vast desert sky. Look at how the world has perverted the very concept of strength and weakness. The sophisticated intellectual who has passed a few university grades and secured a piece of paper called a diploma stands on the periphery of our meditation camp and labels the crying, dancing seekers as weak, emotional, and hysterical people. He believes that because he can control his body like a rigid statue, he is a man of immense strength and sanity. But I tell you, his sanity is nothing but a frozen neurosis, a tight cage of fear. If I ask this intellectual to sit quietly for just 10 minutes and completely stop the movement of his thoughts, he will find to his utter dismay that his mind completely ignores his commands, running off to watch a movie or plan a financial deal in the marketplace. He is a helpless slave in his own house, yet he prides himself on his strength. True strength belongs only to those brave souls who have the courage to venture into the wild extremes of energy, who can dive deep into the chaotic fires of breathing and catharsis, and then, the very moment I say drop it, they can slide into a state of absolute, rippleless stillness. It takes immense willpower to allow your conditioning to completely shatter, to stand naked before the universe without any masks, and to let the Kundalini reshape the entire chemistry of your physical form. When you venture into these deep waters, your body begins to secrete a special kind of nectar, an internal ambrosia that activates dormant endocrine glands and alters the very electrical circuits of your brain. You begin to see colors that no human eye has ever witnessed, smell perfumes that do not belong to this earth, and hear the sublime, uncommitted sound of the cosmic drums vibrating through the void. Think of the profound mystery of the astral dimensions and the transmission of energy known as Shaktipat. Many people come to me with a deep misunderstanding, begging me to touch their foreheads so that they can instantly slide into a state of spiritual trance. They read books about how Ramakrishna touched the young Vivekananda, causing his entire world to spin and dissolve into a vast ocean of light. But they completely forget that for this miracle to take place, Ramakrishna deserves only 50% of the credit. The other 50% belongs entirely to the immense thirst and readiness of Vivekananda himself. It is a 50-50 business, a perfect synchronization of two energetic fields. No one can do Shaktipat knowingly as an act of ego, because the very presence of the ego turns a man into a non-conductor of divine energy. If a person claims that he possesses the personal power to transmit the divine to you, he is indulging in a dangerous game of absolute deception. Shaktipat can only happen through a vehicle who is completely empty, who has become an absolute zero, a pure conduit through which the universal current can flow without encountering any resistance. When a large group of seekers meditates together in a standing position, completely loose and cooperative, they create a powerful astral vortex, an invisible field of electricity that triggers a collective explosion. It is like a brilliant flash of lightning in a dark night. It does not give you a permanent lamp to hold in your hand, but it gives you a sudden, indelible glimpse of the road ahead and the majestic temple waiting at the end of your journey. Once you have seen that reality, even for a single microsecond, your doubts completely evaporate, and your feet become firm on the path of transformation. You must understand that there is no possibility of regression or falling down once your consciousness has truly expanded, even by a single fraction of an inch. Stagnation is possible. You can get stuck in a particular grade of your spiritual evolution for lifetimes if you fall into the company of sleeping, materialistic people, but you can never completely erase the growth that has already occurred within your soul. It is exactly like a school child who has been promoted from the first grade to the second grade. He might become lazy, he might fail his exams and remain stuck in the second grade for years. But there is absolutely no tutor in the world who can make him completely forget how to read the alphabet and force him back into the absolute ignorance of the first grade. Life moves strictly forward. Regression is an absolute illusion. This is why your efforts in meditation are never lost, never squandered. Every single deep breath you take, every moment of conscious witnessing, and every sincere cry of "Who am I?" adds to your permanent capital of spiritual wealth. Therefore, do not allow the superficial criticisms of the sleeping world to depress your enthusiasm or slacken your momentum. The crowd will always laugh at the explorer because the crowd is terrified of the deep ocean, choosing to live a safe, miserable existence on the dry bank. But you are a lonely pilgrim, a brave voyager destined to cross the frontiers of matter and dissolve into the boundless expanse of the formless divine. As you allow these insights to settle into your heart, you must realize that the ultimate transformation cannot be achieved by remaining a passive consumer of spiritual information. You must bring this laboratory into your daily life. Set aside 1 hour every single day, lock the door of your room, and let the chaos of life turn into the harmony of the soul. If you feel a deep gratitude for these streams of awareness, if you feel that your inner space is beginning to expand through these words, consider leaving an authentic comment sharing your experiences with our global community and interact with this transmission to help it radiate across the planet. The journey is long. The path requires your absolute commitment, but the reward is nothing short of eternal freedom. Let us continue to move deeper into this cosmic dance, shedding the old layers of our personality piece by piece, until only the brilliant light of pure consciousness remains shining in the void. Believing that by running away from their families, their financial worries, and their social responsibilities, they could somehow protect the flickering flame of their inner energy from being completely snuffed out by the heavy friction of worldly life. But I must tell you that this old approach is no longer valid. nor is it truly effective for the complex structure of the modern mind. Today, you do not need to abandon your shops, your offices, or your homes to find the primordial source of life force within you. What you truly need is to discover the secret art of absolute energy conservation, right where you stand, right in the thick of the crowd, turning your day-to-day existence into a dynamic laboratory of pure awareness. Look closely at how you spend your days from the moment you leave your bed in the morning until you close your eyes at night. You are constantly leaking your vital energy through an infinite number of cracks in your ego. You waste it on meaningless gossip. You squander it by reacting to every trivial event. And you exhaust your nervous system by reading the morning newspapers or listening to the constant clatter of political noise. By the time evening arrives, you are completely spent, reduced to a hollow, dry shell that has absolutely no power left to venture into the deep waters of the soul. With such a bankrupt vehicle, how can you expect to take a quantum leap into the bottomless abyss of the divine? Meditation demands an immense, overflowing reservoir of vital energy, a volcanic force that can be consciously gathered and forced upward to hit the sleeping serpent at the base of your spine. If you continue to allow your energy to drain away through your unobserved habits, your spiritual journey will remain nothing but an empty dream. This is why we must learn to close the unnecessary windows of our senses, conserving our inner power so that it builds up within our being like a spectacular roaring storm. When you choose to consciously interact with these deep truths, perhaps by dropping an authentic reflection in the comments below or hitting the like button on this video, you are not merely engaging with a piece of digital content. You are actively participating in a global gathering of awareness, a collective pooling of energy that helps to pierce through the heavy, suffocating fog of modern materialism. We are slowly creating an invisible network of pure light across this planet. And your alive presence in this space ensures that the message of absolute awakening can continue to radiate into the deepest corners of human unconsciousness. You must realize that the body and the soul are fundamentally not separate entities. The apparent division between them is completely superficial and illusory. When the whole truth of existence is fully experienced, you no longer see the physical form and the spiritual essence as two distinct realities. You see them as one and the same phenomenon. In truth, the body is simply that part of your soul which can be grasped by your gross senses. And the soul is nothing but that part of your body which lies far beyond the reach of your physical senses. The soul is the invisible, imperceptible end of your body, and the body is the visible, manifested end of your soul. Yet, because of our deep ignorance, this basic unity has given rise to two massive intellectual errors down through human history. On one side, there are the rigid spiritualists who completely deny the reality of the material world, claiming that only the soul exists and that the body is nothing but a sin or an obstacle to be severely punished and suppressed. On the other side, there are the materialists who declare that only the physical body is real and that the soul is nothing but a temporary byproduct of biological chemicals, disappearing entirely the moment the heart stops beating. Both of these absolute positions stem from the exact same underlying realization of unity, but they have completely misinterpreted it from their shallow viewpoints. It is exactly like looking at my two hands, the right and the left. If you observe them only from the outside, they look like two separate instruments moving in opposite directions. One hand may experience severe pain while the other remains perfectly comfortable. One may be amputated while the other stays whole. But if you enter into my internal space, you will find that I am one single person, and both hands belong to me. When the left hand is hurt, it is I who suffer. When the right hand is raised, it is I who move it. The journey of self-discovery can begin from either of these 2 points. But for the vast majority of humanity, it is nearly impossible to start directly with the soul, because the soul remains completely unknown, an abstract concept in your mind. You must begin your journey exactly where you are right now, at the physical plane, utilizing the body as your jumping board into the divine. This is why the preparatory work of the Kundalini is so deeply essential. It is the science of awakening the hidden electricity that runs your entire biological mechanism. If you take a mechanical fan down from the ceiling and dismantle it piece by piece, analyzing every screw, every wire, and every blade, you will never come across electricity anywhere in your dissection. An intellectual investigator might look at the pieces and declare that electricity does not exist at all, that the fan moves purely due to its physical structure. Yet, the moment the electric current stops reaching the machine, the blades become completely dead and motionless. The modern physiologist commits the exact same error. He studies the human body by dissecting cadavers, looking at nerves, muscles, and bones, and because he cannot find the Kundalini with his scalpel, he proclaims that it is nothing but a mythological fiction. This vital force cannot be known through an analysis conducted from the outside. It reveals itself only when you learn to enter into your own house and perceive the body from within. Right now, you only know your body from the exterior, through the reflections you see in a glass mirror or the medical charts provided by a doctor. But the moment you close your eyes and bring the power of the observer effect to your internal space, you begin to track the energy lines back to their source. You discover that there is a deep pool, an inexhaustible reservoir located near your sex center from which all your life force continuously emanates and pervades your physical structure, just as a single lamp burning in the center of a dark room sends its light rays into every distant corner. To help you explore these intricate internal pathways and provide you with precise, step-by-step guidance for your daily practice, we have made our custom digital ebooks available for you to download and contemplate during your quiet hours, allowing you to bring a sharp, scientific structure to your inner work. This pool of energy is called the kunda because it is normally in a state of absolute stillness, a quiet reservoir without a single ripple or wave on its surface. It represents your unmanifested potential, the vast unconscious treasure that lies asleep within your being. Humanity functions on a tiny, miserable fraction of this power. Even the greatest geniuses of history, the creative masters who transformed human culture through science and art, never managed to unlock more than 15% of their internal reservoir. The ordinary human being spends his entire life drawing upon a mere 2 to 2.5% of his vital capacity, leaving 98% of his divine inheritance completely dark and untapped. It is only in moments of extreme life-threatening crisis that your body suddenly bypasses your rational mind and hooks itself directly into this emergency generator. If a madman pursues you with a loaded gun, or if a sudden fire breaks out in your house, you will run with a speed and lift heavy weights that would be completely impossible for you in your normal lethargic state. The energy that manifests in that crisis is your own latent power, waiting for a challenge massive enough to shake it out of its slumber. In meditation, we create a voluntary crisis through intense breathing and relentless self-inquiry, forcing this passive pool to wake up and transform into the active ascending wave known as the Kundalini. If you feel a deep burning call to support the continuous transmission of these teachings and to help us provide this digital sanctuary for seekers across the globe, you can choose to join our inner circle by clicking the Join button right below your screen, becoming an active member of our global family. or express your love and gratitude by utilizing the super thanks feature to fuel this cosmic work. When this dormant energy is hit continuously by the hammer of your deep breath, it begins its spectacular journey upward along your spine, and as it moves, it encounters several halting places known as the chakras or the energy centers. These centers are like closed doors within your inner body. And the first effect of the rising energy will always be felt on whichever center happens to be the most active and dominant in your current lifestyle. If you are a person who lives primarily in the head, constantly thinking, analyzing, and intellectualizing, the first impact of the meditation will make your brain feel incredibly heavy, as if a great weight is pressing against your skull. If you are a person whose life revolves around primal desires and biological instincts, your sex center will be intensely stimulated in the first instant, and you may feel a sudden surge of physical passion. If you are an emotional, feeling individual, your heart center will fly open, and you may find yourself overwhelmed by a sudden, uncontrollable river of love or tears. This is completely natural. The energy simply pours into the existing channels of your personality first. But as you persevere, as the volume of the energy increases like a heavy mountain flood, the old tracks can no longer contain it, and the force is compelled to break open entirely new pathways. It activates your internal sense organs, introducing you to extrasensory dimensions of reality that your normal, gross senses could never perceive. You begin to experience telepathy, clairvoyance, and a profound sensitivity to the subtle electrical currents of the universe. You become a whole, fully integrated being, living your life totally across all dimensions instead of remaining trapped in a single dusty corner of your mind. To understand how the mental chant of "Who am I" works on this internal pool, you must examine the incredible power of your imagination over your physical nervous system. If you sit quietly in your room, close your eyes, and create a vivid, detailed mental image of a naked form, your sex center will be immediately stimulated, and your physical body will react as if the experience is happening in external reality. In fact, the imaginary form is often far more potent and deeply exciting to the human mind than a real physical presence, because the real object hits you frontally from the outside, whereas the imagined image assaults your center from within, directly from the deeper layers of your consciousness. Every energy center has its own corresponding realm of imagination. And when you hurl the fundamental question, "Who am I?" into your internal space, you are creating a psychological strike of immense magnitude. This is a question you have never asked of yourself throughout your entire life. You have spent decades asking, who is he? Who is she? How much money can I accumulate? Or how can I achieve fame in the marketplace? But you have completely neglected the one existential inquiry that matters. Because this question is so basic, so deeply rooted in the absolute facticity of your existence, it completely bypasses your shallow, everyday intellect and strikes like a lightning bolt straight into the kunda, the primal seat of your life force. It functions like a spiritual drill, cutting through the thick crust of your false titles, your social conditioning, and your biological memories, digging a deep well through the rock until it hits the living water of the soul. As you dig deeper with this inquiry, your ego will become absolutely terrified of its impending extinction, and it will use all its cunning to stop you. Another layer of your own mind will step forward and whisper subtle, paralyzing doubts into your ears, saying, "What will this achieve? This is nothing but madness. You are wasting your time. You should stop this chaotic practice and keep quiet." This internal critic is nothing but a defense mechanism of your false self, which knows that if you discover your true identity, the illusion of the ego will completely shatter and dissolve. Exactly like a shadow, when a brilliant light is brought into a pitch black room, you must ignore this deceptive voice completely. You must gather your entire willpower and pour your total capacity into the question, letting the sound of "Who am I?" reverberate through every single cell of your body, every beat of your heart, and every breath you take. When the physical hammering of your deep breath merges perfectly with the psychological hammering of your absolute self-inquiry, a spectacular explosion takes place within your consciousness. The Kundalini flings open the heavy doors of your memory, and you suddenly gain access to the infinite repository of your past evolutionary experiences. You realize that you have not always been a human being living a narrow, predictable life. You have traveled through a magnificent journey across millions of births. You have been a silent rock, a crawling insect, a fish swimming in the primeval oceans, a wild bird soaring through the ancient skies, and a majestic tree standing in the deep forest. When the energy hits those ancient deposits of memory during deep meditation, you will suddenly experience reality in ways that will completely terrify your logical mind. If the Kundalini touches your ancient memory as a tree, you will sit there and suddenly feel the rain falling on your leaves from the inside. You will feel your roots sinking deep into the cool soil, and you will experience the wind passing through your branches with a sensitivity that passes all human understanding. This is what happened to the great painter Van Gogh. He once painted a spectacular tree whose branches soared so high into the heavens that they left the sun, the moon, and the stars far behind, looking like tiny, insignificant toys lurking at its base near the earth. When a logical critic looked at the painting and laughed, saying, "You are completely crazy. Can a physical tree ever grow higher than the stars?" Van Gogh replied, "You have only observed the tree from the outside, but I have known the tree from its inside, in its very depth. It is completely irrelevant whether its physical wood can surpass the moon." The painting represents the absolute thirst, the magnificent longing of the earth to reach out its hands and touch the infinite heavens. Through the awakening of your Kundalini, your aesthetic and creative capacities will expand to this cosmic dimension, and you will begin to perceive the entire universe as a single, living, breathing tapestry of divine energy. You must understand that all your thoughts, your anxieties, and your memories are nothing but subtle forms of matter. They are things that can be observed and cast aside. When you stand on the high hill of your witnessing awareness, watching your body whirl and your breath roar like a cyclone, a profound gap is created between you and your physical vehicle. You realize with absolute certainty that you are not this clay vessel that grows old and approaches the grave. You are the pristine, deathless observer who simply resides within it for a brief moment in time. In this state of raw authenticity, you must drop all your defensive mechanisms. If your mind is a chaotic mess, accept it as a fact. Do not try to camouflage your wounds with beautiful religious bandages. If you are a thief, know that you are a thief. Do not escape the painful reality by dreaming of becoming a generous philanthropist tomorrow. It is your endless dreaming of a virtuous tomorrow that allows you to comfortably continue your dishonesty today. Ideals, doctrines, and moral codes are nothing but psychological shock absorbers and buffers that human culture has fitted into your mind to absorb the painful friction of your untruths. They allow you to remain violent while carrying a beautiful flag of non-violence, or to remain burning with sexual lust while reading treatises on absolute celibacy. Remove these springs and shock absorbers from your vehicle completely. Let the raw facticity of what has hit you with its full brutal force. The very moment you stop deceiving yourself, the moment you accept your reality without any judgment or reservation, the fires of understanding will instantly burn away your illusions, and a spectacular mutation will take place within your consciousness right here and now. Think of the beautiful incident that took place in Japan when a famous Zen master passed away and thousands of devotees gathered from all over the country to attend his grand funeral. Among the crowd sat his chief disciple, a man who was widely revered as a deeply enlightened master in his own right. To the absolute shock of the sophisticated visitors, this enlightened disciple was weeping bitterly, with tears streaming down his face, crying out in deep agony. The shocked devotees rushed to him and said, "We are completely astounded to see you crying like an ordinary, ignorant man. We believed that you had attained to a state of perfect, unshakable equilibrium, where neither happiness nor sorrow can touch your soul. If you cannot control your emotions, please go inside a private room. Do not cry in public, otherwise it will cause an absolute scandal and ruin your spiritual reputation." The disciple looked at them with pure, innocent eyes and said, "You absolute fools! Keep your cold enlightenment to yourselves. I do not care for your societal definitions. Before my awakening, I was a hard-headed intellectual, completely insensitive to the beauty of life, and nothing could touch me. But now, because my heart is perfectly open, my sensitivity is infinite, and I will cry to my heart's content." When a visitor challenged him, saying, "But did you not teach us that the soul is deathless and immortal? Why then do you bewail the passing of your master?" The sage replied, "Who is crying for the soul? The soul is indeed eternal, but I am crying for the beautiful, lovable physical body of my master, the sacred temple in which that magnificent light resided, a form that will never walk this earth again. Are you now going to impose your dry, artificial conditions on my tears? This is the absolute freedom of a natural, spontaneous life, the path of Sahaja Yoga. A true, authentic mind does not follow a pre-programmed script written by society. It lives fully in the present moment, crying when it needs to cry, laughing when it needs to laugh, and becoming anger itself when anger arises, so that the energy burns itself out completely and leaves no toxic residue behind. Our ordinary life is so lukewarm, so fragmentation-ridden and tepid, that we never experience anything totally. We take one step forward in our meditation and one step back out of fear, remaining permanently stagnant and vegetating in a swamp of our own making. But when you gather your total courage, when you allow the electrical storm of the Kundalini to rise through your body while standing erect, without any physical support, you are forcing the absolute merger of your individual drop with the universal ocean of energy. You are no longer an isolated onlooker peeking through a tiny window. You break down the walls of the house entirely and stand under the vast, starry sky. This experience is so monumental, so deeply transformative, that it completely rewrites the chemical blueprint of your brain and opens the portal to eternal life. Take this laboratory home with you. Lock yourself in a quiet room for 1 full hour every day. Let your family know that they must not disturb your voluntary madness, and dive deep into the chaotic currents of your own primordial source, for the decisive moment of your evolution is close at hand. And when you establish this sacred space within your own domestic walls, you are not merely organizing a physical room under lock and key. You are creating a localized powerhouse of cosmic vibrations. You must understand this clearly. Your physical body is constantly radiating energy into the space around you, sending out invisible rays of mental and vital force all the time. The room in which you live absorbs these energetic currents. Its walls, its floor, and its ceiling become saturated with whatever frequency you consistently maintain inside it. If you use a room for commerce, for angry arguments, or for television entertainment, that space becomes heavily loaded with anxious, agitated vibrations. And the moment you step inside it, your mind is immediately dragged down into those same lower frequencies. But if you reserve a single room exclusively for meditation, using it for absolutely no other purpose, that space undergoes a profound energetic transformation. It becomes highly charged with meditative energy, turning into a living portal to the spiritual world. This is the deep secret behind why certain sacred places, certain ancient shrines and hidden caves remain profoundly holy for thousands of years. When an awakened master like Buddha, Mahavira, or Krishna sits in a particular geographic spot, his extraordinary vibe, his unearthly energetic impact becomes deeply engraved into the very dust, the trees, and the air of that environment. 25 centuries have passed, yet the silent soil of this earth still faintly remembers the touch of Buddha's walking feet. The ancient trees still cherish the memory that Mahavira once stood naked in their shade, and the vast oceans surrounding us still resonate with the celestial music that was unleashed in the past. When you enter such a charged atmosphere, your own internal entry into the thought-free void becomes immensely easier, because the environment itself functions as a powerful catalyst, lifting your vital energy toward the higher centers without any resistance. Every well-to-do individual who wishes to rescue his life from absolute poverty must establish such a temple within his own home. For without a door that opens onto the divine, your grandest mansions are nothing but expensive paupers' graves. If you feel a deep, authentic calling to help us build this global network of awareness, to protect these rare streams of ancient wisdom, and to ensure that this digital sanctuary continues to expand across the earth, I invite you to interact deeply with this transmission. You can easily manifest your love and support by hitting the like button, leaving an authentic reflection in the comments below about your own internal struggles, or sharing this video with those close to you, functioning as a medium to light other extinguished lamps across the marketplace. For those who wish to form a tighter nucleus with our work and directly fuel the continuity of these cosmic discourses, you can choose to join our digital inner circle by clicking the join button right below this video screen, or express your deep gratitude through a super thanks, which functions as a direct expression of your vital energy, helping us to firmly stand against the overwhelming tide of modern materialism. You must realize that the coming few years are going to be uniquely fateful and decisive in the long history of human consciousness. The eternal struggle between the light of religion and the dense darkness of stark irreligion has finally reached its ultimate moment of decision. In the past, it was more than enough if only a single individual became enlightened once every few centuries, living as a solitary flower in a vast desert of unconsciousness. But looking at the current global crisis, with the tremendous explosion of human population and the terrifying rise of insane politicians and hyper-materialistic structures, a few isolated masters can no longer save the world from absolute disaster. We are standing on a dangerous edge where the scales are heavily tilted towards self-destruction. If humanity is to survive, we need a massive, collective explosion of spirituality that sweeps across millions of people simultaneously, creating a mighty and unstoppable movement of pure awareness. This is why I am working so restlessly to present you with a simple, natural, and scientific technique of meditation that can be practiced by anyone right in the middle of his worldly life. We must transform our ordinary homes into dynamic sanctuaries of truth. To assist you in structuring this daily laboratory within your own house, providing you with exact energetic blueprints and deep guidance for your internal journey, we have compiled our custom digital ebooks, which you can explore to bring a sharp, scientific clarity to your private hours of meditation. Let us dive deeper into the fundamental physics of your existence, examining the profound relationship between your physical vehicle and your spiritual essence. I say to you The body and the soul are in their deepest reality not two separate entities at all. They are the visible and invisible ends of the exact same truth. The body is simply that part of your soul which has become gross enough to be grasped by your external senses. And the soul is nothing but that part of your body which remains so fine, so subtle, that it lies far beyond the reach of your physical senses. This realization of absolute oneness is known only when you arrive at the ultimate summit of experiencing. But its misinterpretation has caused immense confusion down through the ages. The rigid spiritualists have looked at this unity and declared that only the invisible spirit is real, treating the physical form as an ugly disease, a heavy chain of sin to be severely repressed, starved, and tortured. On the opposite end, the gross materialists have looked at the same unity and proclaimed that only the visible clay is real, treating the soul as a temporary, accidental byproduct of biological chemicals that vanishes completely into thin air the moment the heart stops beating. Both of these groups are completely wrong because they are looking at a single living reality through the narrow lens of duality. It is exactly like looking at my two hands, the right and the left. From the outside, they look like two distinct instruments moving independently. One hand can be broken and filled with intense pain, while the other remains perfectly whole and comfortable. But if you enter into my internal consciousness, you find that I am one single, undivided being, and both hands draw their life from my solitary heart. Because you currently exist almost exclusively at the physical plane, your journey into the magnificent unknown can only begin with the body. You must start your pilgrimage exactly where you are standing right now. This is why the science of the Kundalini is so deeply essential. It is the preparatory work of the body, a method to unlock the extraordinary currents of electricity that run your biological machine. If a child takes a mechanical ceiling fan down from its hook, dismantles it part by part, and analyzes every screw, every blade, and every copper wire with a microscope, he will never find electricity anywhere in his dissection. Based on this superficial investigation, he might loudly declare that electricity is nothing but a mythological fiction, and that the fan moves purely due to its visible metallic structure. Yet, the entire universe knows that the very moment the invisible electric current stops reaching the machine, the blades become instantly dead, heavy, and motionless. The modern medical scientist commits the exact same error. He studies the human vehicle by cutting open cold cadavers, analyzing nerves, tissues and blood vessels. And because his gross instruments cannot detect the presence of the Kundalini, he proclaims that man is nothing but a sophisticated piece of meat. This vital serpentine energy can never be known through an analysis conducted from the outside, because the moment you dissect the form, the living current immediately disintegrates and disappears. It can only be tracked, experienced, and known from the inside by turning the powerful light of the observer effect inward upon your own nervous system. When you close your eyes and learn to perceive your body from within, you transcend the superficial knowledge of the physiologist. You discover that your physical form is not a solid, stagnant object, but a dynamic field of pure energy that continuously rises, sits, sleeps, and vibrates. You find that there is a distinct center, an inexhaustible reservoir located near your sex center, which functions as the primal source of all your vital electricity. This pool is called the Kunda because it normally resides in a state of absolute, rippleless tranquility, perfectly calm, passive, and asleep. Humanity lives in a state of perpetual spiritual bankruptcy because we choose to function on a miserable 2 to 2.5% of this internal treasure, leaving 98% of our divine inheritance completely dark and untouched. Even the rare creative geniuses of human history who transformed the world through monumental art or scientific discoveries never managed to use more than 15% of their latent pool. You carry a volcano of infinite power within your spine, yet you are content to live like a pathetic beggar, scraping for tiny pleasures in the dust of the marketplace. It is only in moments of extreme, life-threatening crisis that your biological intelligence automatically bypasses your slow, rational intellect and draws directly from this emergency generator. If a sudden fire erupts in your home, or if an attacker points a gun at your chest, your energy levels instantly multiply. You will run with a spectacular speed and lift immense weights that would be completely impossible for you in your ordinary lethargic state. In our meditation, we consciously create a voluntary crisis through the power of intense breathing and total self-inquiry, forcing this passive pool to explode into the active ascending current of the Kundalini. As this awakened current begins its spectacular flight upward along the path of your spine, it must pass through several internal halting places known as the chakras or energy centers. These centers are like tightly closed doors within your subtle body, and the first impact of the rising force will always be felt on whichever door happens to be the most active and dominant in your daily life. If you are a deeply intellectual person who spends his days constantly thinking, reading, and analyzing, the energy will immediately rush into your head, making your brain feel immensely heavy, as if a great storm is pressing against your skull. If your life revolves primarily around biological desires and physical instincts, your sex center will be intensely stimulated in the first instant, and you will feel a sudden, overwhelming surge of primal passion. If you are a deeply emotional, feeling individual, the current will strike your heart center, causing it to fly open and release a heavy, uncontrollable river of tears or ecstasy. You must understand this process with deep sympathy and care, never allowing fear to paralyze your practice. As you persevere, as the volume of the energy increases through your relentless dedication, the old, narrow channels of your personality can no longer contain the flood, and the current is compelled to break open entirely new extrasensory pathways. It activates your internal sense organs, introducing you to dimensions of reality that lie completely beyond the reach of your gross physical eyes and ears. You begin to experience true telepathy, absolute clairvoyance, and a profound living alignment with the subtle electrical movements of the universe. To comprehend the exact mechanisms of the mental chant of "Who am I?", you must observe the incredible power that your imagination exercises over your physical nervous system. If you sit quietly in a dark room, close your eyes, and create a highly detailed, vivid mental picture of a sexual form, your physical body will instantly react with intense stimulation, altering its heartbeat and chemical secretions as if the experience were happening in external reality. In fact, the imagined form is often far more potent and deeply exciting to the human mind than a real physical presence, because a real object hits you frontally from the outside, whereas the image created by your imagination assaults your centers directly from within, from the very core of your consciousness. Every single energy center within your body has its own corresponding realm of internal imagination. And when you hurl the fundamental question, "Who am I?" into your internal space, you are unleashing a psychological stroke of immense magnitude. This is an inquiry you have completely neglected throughout your entire existence. You have spent decades asking, "Who is he? Who is she? How can I defeat my rivals? Or how can I accumulate more wealth and prestige in the marketplace?" But you have never turned the eye of your observation toward your own source. Because this question is so basic, so deeply rooted in the absolute reality of your being, it completely bypasses your superficial intellect and strikes like a lightning bolt straight into the kunda, the primal seat of your life force. It functions like a spiritual drill, cutting through the thick, calcified layers of your social conditioning, your false titles, and your biological memories, digging deep into the rock until it hits the living water of the soul. As you dig deeper into this internal well, your small ego will become absolutely terrified of its impending extinction, and it will deploy all its internal cunning to stop your progress. Another layer of your own mind will step forward as a critical saboteur, whispering paralyzing doubts into your awareness, saying, "What will this achieve? This is nothing but a display of absolute madness. You are wasting your energy. You should stop this chaotic practice and keep quiet." You must realize that this internal critic is nothing but a frantic defense mechanism of your false self, which knows with absolute certainty that if you discover your true identity, the illusion of the ego will completely shatter and dissolve, exactly like a dark shadow when a brilliant light is brought into a room. You must ignore this deceptive inner voice completely. You must gather your entire willpower and pour your total capacity into the inquiry, letting the sound of "Who am I?" reverberate through every single cell of your body, every beat of your heart, and every breath you take. When the physical hammering of your deep, rapid breathing merges perfectly with the psychological hammering of your absolute self-inquiry, a spectacular explosion takes place within your consciousness. The Kundalini flings open the heavy, ancient doors of your evolutionary memory, and you suddenly gain access to the infinite repository of your past experiences across millions of lifetimes. You realize that you have not always been a human being living a narrow, predictable life. You have traveled through a magnificent journey across the entire spectrum of existence. You have been a silent, tranquil rock, a crawling insect, a fish swimming in the primeval oceans, a wild bird soaring through ancient skies, and a majestic tree standing in the deep forest. When the energy hits those ancient deposits of memory during deep meditation, you will suddenly experience reality in ways that will completely shatter your logical framework. If the Kundalini touches your ancient memory as a tree, you will sit there and suddenly feel the rain falling on your leaves from the inside. You will feel your roots sinking deep into the cool soil, and you will experience the wind passing through your branches with a sensitivity that passes all human understanding. This is exactly what happened to the great painter Van Gogh. He once painted a spectacular tree whose branches soared so high into the heavens that they left the sun, the moon, and the stars far behind, looking like tiny, insignificant toys lurking at its base near the earth. When a logical critic looked at the painting and laughed, saying, "You are completely crazy. Can a physical tree ever grow higher than the stars?" Van Gogh replied, "You have only observed the tree from the outside, but I have known the tree from its inside, in its very depth. It is completely irrelevant whether its physical wood can surpass the moon. The painting represents the absolute thirst, the magnificent longing of the earth to reach out its hands and touch the infinite heavens. Through the awakening of your Kundalini, your aesthetic and creative capacities will expand to this cosmic dimension, and you will begin to perceive the entire universe as a single, living, breathing tapestry of divine energy. You must understand that all your thoughts, your anxieties, and your memories are nothing but subtle forms of matter. They are things that can be observed and cast aside. When you stand on the high hill of your witnessing awareness, watching your body whirl and your breath roar like a cyclone, a profound gap is created between you and your physical vehicle. You realize with absolute certainty that you are not this clay vessel that grows old and approaches the grave. You are the pristine, deathless observer who simply resides within it for a brief moment in time. In this state of raw authenticity, you must drop all your defensive mechanisms. If your mind is a chaotic mess, accept it as a fact. Do not try to camouflage your wounds with beautiful religious bandages. If you are a thief, know that you are a thief. Do not escape the painful reality by dreaming of becoming a generous philanthropist tomorrow. It is your endless dreaming of a virtuous tomorrow that allows you to comfortably continue your dishonesty today. Ideals, doctrines, and moral codes are nothing but psychological shock absorbers and buffers that human culture has fitted into your mind to absorb the painful friction of your untruths. They allow you to remain violent while carrying a beautiful flag of non-violence, or to remain burning with sexual lust while reading treatises on absolute celibacy. Remove these springs and shock absorbers from your vehicle completely. Let the raw facticity of what is hit you with its full brutal force. The very moment you stop deceiving yourself, the moment you accept your reality without any judgment or reservation, the fires of understanding will instantly burn away your illusions, and a spectacular mutation will take place within your consciousness right here and now. Think of the beautiful incident that took place in Japan when a famous Zen master passed away, and thousands of devotees gathered from all over the country to attend his grand funeral. Among the crowd sat his chief disciple, a man who was widely revered as a deeply enlightened master in his own right. To the absolute shock of the sophisticated visitors, this enlightened disciple was weeping bitterly, with tears streaming down his face, crying out in deep agony. The shocked devotees rushed to him and said, "We are completely astounded to see you crying like an ordinary ignorant man. We believed that you had attained to a state of perfect, unshakable equilibrium, where neither happiness nor sorrow can touch your soul. If you cannot control your emotions, please go inside a private room. Do not cry in public, otherwise it will cause an absolute scandal and ruin your spiritual reputation." The disciple looked at them with pure, innocent eyes and said, "You absolute fools, keep your cold enlightenment to yourselves. I do not care for your societal definitions. Before my awakening, I was a hard-headed intellectual, completely insensitive to the beauty of life, and nothing could touch me. But now, because my heart is perfectly open, my sensitivity is infinite, and I will cry to my heart's content." When a visitor challenged him, saying, "But did you not teach us that the soul is deathless and immortal? Why then do you bewail the passing of your master?" The sage replied, "Who is crying for the soul? The soul is indeed eternal, but I am crying for the beautiful, lovable physical body of my master, the sacred temple in which that magnificent light resided, a form that will never walk this earth again. Are you now going to impose your dry, artificial conditions on my tears? This is the absolute freedom of a natural, spontaneous life, the path of Sahaja Yoga. A true, authentic mind does not follow a pre-programmed script written by society. It lives fully in the present moment, crying when it needs to cry, laughing when it needs to laugh, and becoming anger itself when anger arises, so that the energy burns itself out completely and leaves no toxic residue behind. Our ordinary life is so lukewarm, so fragmentation-ridden and tepid that we never experience anything totally. We take one step forward in our meditation and one step back out of fear, remaining permanently stagnant and vegetating in a swamp of our own making. But when you gather your total courage, when you allow the electrical storm of the Kundalini to rise through your body while standing erect without any physical support, you are forcing the absolute merger of your individual drop with the universal ocean of energy. You are no longer an isolated onlooker peeking through a tiny window. You break down the walls of the house entirely and stand under the vast, starry sky. This experience is so monumental, so deeply transformative, that it completely rewrites the chemical blueprint of your brain and opens the portal to eternal life. Take this laboratory home with you. Lock yourself in a quiet room for 1 full hour every day. Let your family know that they must not disturb your voluntary madness, and dive deep into the chaotic currents of your own primordial source, for the decisive moment of your evolution is close at hand. You must understand this with absolute clarity. 25 centuries ago, Buddha stood before his disciples and established a highly profound rule, choosing 11 specific existential questions that he completely refused to answer under any circumstances. Before he entered any village or town, his advanced bhikkhus would go ahead of him, beating a loud drum and announcing to the citizens that no one was permitted to embarrass Buddha by asking any of these 11 prohibited questions. These inquiries were treated as avyakhya, meaning completely unexplainable through the crude medium of human words. Why did Buddha maintain such a stubborn, unyielding silence on these matters? Because he knew that to give a wrong answer would be a grave sin against truth, but to give the right answer to an unconscious, unprepared mind would be an even greater disaster. If he told an ordinary man that after entering nirvana his personal ego would completely cease to exist, the man would become instantly terrified and run back to his worldly illusions. The intellectual mind always approaches truth as a philosophy, a collection of theoretical definitions to be debated in the marketplace. But truth is a living reality that can only be known through direct experiencing. If I provide you with a borrowed scriptural answer, I am merely feeding your ego, turning you into a knowledgeable scholar who can recite beautiful verses while remaining completely fast asleep within his own house. This is why I refuse to satisfy your intellectual curiosity. I am not interested in giving you new beliefs. I am here to completely destroy your current structure through the fires of meditation, so that your mind is forced to fall into a state of absolute, wordless stillness. Every genuine path of spiritual discipline can be categorized into two distinct systems, the positive and the negative. The discipline of the Kundalini, which I am presenting to you here, is absolutely and completely positive. It is a sadhana of intentional tension, a scientific method to deliberately raise the energetic pressure within your nervous system until it touches the absolute boiling point of the 100th degree. You must look at how energy behaves in the physical world. We succeeded in unleashing the spectacular power of the atom only because we split it open and forced its subatomic components into a state of extreme, unprecedented tension. Tension and energy are not two separate things. Tension is nothing but the concentrated, tightly coiled state of pure vital force. If you wish to experience the absolute bottomless rest of the fourth stage, you must first have the courage to venture into the maximum peak of structural tension during the first three steps. It is a law of absolute physics. The higher the mountain peak you climb, the deeper and more majestic will be the valley into which you can subsequently fall. Look at the mechanical pendulum of a wall clock. As it moves toward the left, it continues its journey until it reaches the absolute extremity of that side. And it is at that exact point of maximum tension that it gathers the complete momentum necessary to swing back and fly to the opposite end. Your mind functions according to the exact same pendulum law. By pushing your vital breath and your physical catharsis to the absolute chaotic extreme, you are winding the internal spring of your consciousness, preparing your entire being to experience a spectacular, effortless swing into the deepest core of silent relaxation. Therefore, you must never come to me and ask if you can drop the deep breathing, skip the bodily movements, or bypass the fierce inquiry of who am I. These three steps are not separate components. They are a highly systematic, scientifically calibrated progression designed to lead your energy from one extreme to the other. It is exactly like driving an automated vehicle. You must first bring the car to full speed in the lower gear before you can smoothly change over to the next level of velocity. If you try to engage the highest gear while the vehicle is motionless, you will completely smash the internal mechanism and stall the engine. This is exactly what the modern intellectual attempts to do when he sits down for meditation, expecting to instantly slide into absolute silence without going through the necessary labor of physical catharsis. He is trying to harvest the wheat without going through the trouble of sowing the seed and tending the soil. I tell you, your masks must fall away completely. Your repressed biological neuroses must be violently exposed and purged, and your entire body must be thoroughly electrified through fast, deep breathing before your internal camera can become steady enough to capture the authentic photograph of the soul. Do not allow your sophisticated ego to invent beautiful, rational explanations to escape this labor. Do not claim that this chaotic practice is only meant for weak, emotional people while you are far too cultured and sane for it. This so-called sanity is nothing but a state of frozen paralysis. Gather your total strength. Stand erect under the vast sky of your own awareness and let the primordial current reshape your entire existence from the very roots. And this internal expansion can only occur when you cease to be a fearful guardian of your own limitations, allowing the raw and uncompromised current of life to flood your nervous system without the constant monitoring of your analytical intellect. You must understand that the human mind has been trained for thousands of generations to act strictly as a safety mechanism, an automated shield designed to protect you from the terrifying vastness of the unknown. Because of this long evolutionary conditioning, the moment you close your eyes and begin to approach the inner pool of your vital energy, your rational intellect immediately creates an alarm, whispering that you are drifting into absolute madness, that you are losing control, and that you must return at once to the safe and predictable routines of the external marketplace. This chronic anxiety, this underlying dread of self-extinction, is the real reason why your everyday life has become so rigid, so mechanical, and so completely devoid of true cosmic joy. You have built a beautifully decorated cage of social respectability, professional titles, and moral codes, and you spend your entire existence pacing up and down within its narrow confines, falsely believing that you are free simply because the bars of your prison are coated in gold. But a bird that has forgotten how to spread its wings across the vast open sky is not truly alive. It is merely surviving, waiting for the physical clock to wind down into the cold silence of the grave. I am here to tell you that this safe survival is the most dangerous tragedy that can ever befall a human consciousness, because it roars through your days while completely bypassing the infinite treasures that lie dormant within your spine. If you feel a deep burning pull to break through this gilded cage, to explore the profound internal geography of your own life force, and to bring a clear, scientific structure to your private hours of contemplation, consider exploring our custom digital ebooks, which are crafted precisely to serve as an authentic map for your daily sadhana, guiding your steps through the chaotic fires of transformation into the pristine void of the soul. You must see that the transition from the intense self-inquiry of the third stage into the absolute stillness of the fourth step requires a courage that is nearly alien to the modern mind, a total and unconditional readiness to let go of the steering wheel of your existence. When you hurl the question, "Who am I?" into your internal space with maximum velocity, you are intentionally accelerating the pendulum of your consciousness toward its absolute extremity, winding the inner spring of your being until it can take no further pressure. The body is breathing at its highest capacity. The physical vehicle is vibrating like an activated dynamo, and the entire atmosphere of your mind is transformed into a raging, chaotic cyclone. It is at this exact peak of intentional tension, at this precise 100th degree of the boiling point, that the miracle of sudden transformation takes place when I say the word stop. In that microsecond, all human effort must be instantly abandoned. You do not slowly decrease your speed. You do not gradually calm your breathing. You simply drop dead to all activity. You let your body fall heavily onto the floor or remain perfectly motionless wherever you stand, becoming an absolute zero, a completely hollow vacuum through which the universe can manifest its raw grandeur. This is the ultimate peak of the observer effect within the laboratory of the soul. Because when the mechanism of the mind is forced into a state of total, absolute non-doing, the ancient illusion of the separate ego instantly breaks open and dissolves. You realize that the persona you have guarded with so much anxiety, the social identity that required so much constant defense and superficial adjustment, was nothing but a fragile shadow, a beautiful lie that disappears completely the moment the light of conscious witnessing is brought into the center of your house. The storm has passed, leaving behind a silence that is not merely the absence of external noise, but a positive, living tranquility that completely saturates every single cell of your nervous system with an unearthly, abounding bliss. In this magnificent void, you begin to experience the sensory dimensions of your body in a way that completely transcends the gross, limited definitions of modern medical science. When the vital energy of the Kundalini flings open the heavy, long closed doors of your higher centers, your capacity for perception expands into a cosmic scale, activating internal sense organs that have been fast asleep for countless lifetimes. You discover that you do not merely see through your physical eyes or hear through your structural ears. You learn that your entire body is a highly sophisticated instrument of pure consciousness, capable of aligning itself with the subtle electrical movements of the infinite cosmos. You begin to see colors that possess a brilliant, transparent luminosity that does not exist in the external world. You smell uncommon perfumes that carry the pure fragrance of the beyond, and your ears begin to capture the unstruck melody of the divine. The magnificent sound of the cosmic drums vibrating through the silent void. It is through this radical intensification of your inner senses that you first come to realize the absolute reality of the soul, perceiving it not as an abstract philosophical theory to be debated by scholars, but as a concrete, living essence that resides at the invisible end of your physical form. You see that your body is nothing but the outer, manifested crust of your spirit, and that your spirit is nothing but the inner, boundless depth of your body, both drawing their life from the exact same primordial pool of life force. If you feel a deep, authentic gratitude for these streams of awareness, if you feel that your internal space is beginning to expand through these spoken words, and if you wish to help us nurture this growing circle of global light, you can choose to join our digital inner circle by clicking the join button right below this screen. Or show your love and devotion by utilizing the Super Thanks feature, which allows your personal energy to directly fuel this cosmic transmission, transforming this digital platform into a sacred temple of awakening for thousands of searching souls across the earth. When this inner awakening reaches its full maturity, it shatters the popular illusory belief that you are an isolated fragment drifting aimlessly through a cold and mechanical universe. You begin to see that the old spiritual paths, which insisted on a strict duality, dividing the world into holy souls and sinful matter, were nothing but incomplete interpretations born out of a partial vision of the truth. Those who walk the path of gradual Kundalini awakening often arrive at the realization of multiple separate souls, believing that every individual possesses a distinct spiritual spark that remains forever isolated from the rest of existence. They touch the vast global ocean from a single narrow geographic shore, and because their view is limited by the horizon, they name that specific corner as their own private sea, completely unaware that all the oceans of the earth are inextricably united into one single global body of water. But there is an even deeper, more radical path which I must reveal to you. A path that does not merely awaken the ascending wave of the Kundalini, but demands that your entire consciousness take a direct, uncompromised plunge into the Kunda itself, the boundless, universal pool of primeval energy. When you immerse yourself completely in this central fountain, the very concept of a separate soul or an individual identity vanishes entirely into thin air. You realize that only the single, undivided Brahman truly is, and that all the separate vessels of humanity are nothing but temporary forms carved out of the exact same divine clay. The drop does not merely enter the ocean. The vast limitless ocean completely enters and swallows the drop, leaving behind no separate knower to declare that he has achieved enlightenment. This total dissolution is what the Buddha called nirvana, the absolute extinction of the separate self, a state that is deeply terrifying to the ego because it offers no safe guarantees of personal survival. When people came to Buddha and anxiously inquired whether they would continue to live in their pristine individual form after entering the realm of ultimate freedom, he always laughed and told them that they were asking a completely absurd question. He said, if a small lamp is burning in a dark room and a sudden gust of wind completely extinguishes the flame, you never go about asking where that flame has gone or what its specific shape is now that it has vanished from your sight. The flame has simply dissolved back into the universal element of fire. It has returned to its unmanifested source, and to look for its separate identity is nothing but absolute foolishness. In the exact same way, when your desires, your anxieties, and your false psychological boundaries are completely burned away through the fires of meditation, your individual being hurts you no longer because it has ceased to exist as a separate fragment. It is your persistent clinging to the illusion of being someone special, your desperate need to protect your small titles and your social prestige, that acts as a heavy wall between your heart and the universal source. The moment you muster the brave courage to drop this baggage, to stand completely naked and unburdened before the immense expanse of the universe, you realize that you have never been a separate entity trying to find God. You have always been the divine itself, temporarily lost in the complex networks of your own automated thoughts. Look at how this deep self-deception manifests in your daily moralities and your beautiful artificial ideals. You wear a highly sophisticated shield of non-violence. You talk loudly about absolute peace, and you carry the magnificent flag of righteousness all over the marketplace, yet your heart remains a boiling cauldron of suppressed rage, jealousy, and subtle cruelty. These high-sounding principles and moral stickers are nothing but psychological buffers and shock absorbers that human culture has fitted into your mind to protect your ego from the painful friction of your own untruths. They allow you to act like a saint in public while comfortably continuing your internal dishonesty in private, cushioning your awareness so that you never have to face the brutal reality of what you actually are. Sahaja Yoga demands that you throw away these deceptive buffers completely, that you dismantle the artificial springs of your motor car, and that you let the raw facticity of your inner space hit your consciousness with its full, uncompromised force. If you are angry, have the immense honesty to see that you are an angry person. Do not run to a scripture to read about peace, and do not wear a false smile to camouflage your wounds. If you are a thief, accept the absolute fact that you are a thief, without the comforting delusion that you are going to become a generous philanthropist tomorrow in a better future. It is your endless dreaming of a virtuous tomorrow that provides you with the secret fuel to continue your perversions today. The moment you bring the sharp power of the observer effect to the immediate present, accepting your reality exactly as it is, without any judgment, moral justification, or reservation, the thick chains of your conditioning will instantly melt away, and a spectacular mutation will take place within your consciousness right here and now. To make this transformation a living reality within your own home, you must learn the practical architecture of creating a dedicated meditation temple within your living quarters, a sacred sanctuary under lock and key that is used for absolutely no other purpose. You must understand that your physical form is a highly sensitive, energetic station, constantly radiating currents of vital and mental force into the surrounding space. The physical walls of your room, the furniture, and the very air you breathe absorb these frequencies. They become saturated with whatever emotional climate you consistently maintain inside that environment. If you use a room for business transactions, for anxious intellectual debates, or for arguments with your family, that space becomes heavily loaded with heavy, agitated vibrations. And the moment you step inside it, your awareness is automatically dragged down into those same lower frequencies. But if you reserve a single room exclusively for the practice of meditation, entering it only after bathing and in loose, uninhibited clothes, that space undergoes a profound structural change, turning into an intense energy field that retains your highest moments of silence and witnessing. In a few weeks, you will find that the room itself has become an alive entity, a powerful catalyst. The moment you unlock the door and step across the threshold, your thoughts will automatically drop away and your vital energy will rise toward the higher centers without the slightest effort. This is the profound secret behind the ancient shrines and hidden mountain caves. They are spaces that have been heavily charged with the unearthly impact of awakened masters, functioning as spiritual doors through which entry into the thought-free void becomes instantly available to any open seeker. We are living in a uniquely momentous epoch, a fateful period of human history, where the coming 50 years will completely decide the destiny of consciousness on this planet. The old ways of safe, comfortable religious compromise are completely finished. We have arrived at an absolute edge where either a mighty, massive movement of spiritual awakening will sweep across the earth, or humanity will slide into total self-destruction through the hyper-materialistic structures of insane politicians. In the past, it was more than enough if a single Buddha or a solitary Jesus became enlightened once every few centuries, living as a majestic flower in a vast desert of human unconsciousness. But today, in view of the terrifying explosion of human population and the high-tech instruments of mass control, a few isolated saints can no longer alter the balance. We need a collective explosion of light, a spectacular pooling of awareness that involves hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously. This is why I am working with such urgent restlessness, presenting you with a scientific laboratory of meditation that does not require you to escape to the Himalayas, but empowers you to find the ultimate source right in the middle of the crowded marketplace. Each home that establishes a private room for meditation becomes a crucial nucleus in this global battle for light, an invisible fortress of truth that helps to dissolve the heavy, suffocating fog of modern materialism. As you prepare your mind for the next part of this internal voyage, allow these insights to settle into the deepest recesses of your heart, letting the voice of truth dismantle your old illusions piece by piece. Do not treat these discourses as a passive entertainment or an intellectual theory to be analyzed by your ego. Bring this message directly into your nervous system. Stand erect on your own 2 feet without any physical or social support, and let the primordial current of the Kundalini reshape your entire existence from the very roots. We are going to continue this continuous, uncompromised flow of awakening, pushing our energy deeper into the mechanics of total surrender and cosmic witnessing, moving like a swift, deep river that refuses to halt until it has completely dissolved into the boundless expanse of the universal ocean. If your heart is fully prepared to take the next step into this explosive laboratory, to venture further into the secret physics of the soul, and to let the next wave of truth saturate your being, simply manifest your absolute readiness by typing the word "continue" into the comments below, and let your vital energy move effortlessly into the next part of this timeless transmission. And this internal transformation is not something that you can buy in the marketplace through currency, nor can it be borrowed from the beautifully printed pages of an ancient scripture. You must understand that borrowing can be highly useful in every other walk of human life, but in the ultimate context of the divine, borrowed answers are completely of no avail. If you go about asking the whole world whether God exists, and someone provides you with a highly logical proof, your intellect may feel satisfied, but your existential thirst will remain completely unquenched. Even if you read 1,000 times that Ramakrishna told the young Vivekananda that he could see the divine more clearly than he could see the physical world, that statement remains Ramakrishna's truth, not yours. Unless the authentic realization surges up directly from the bottomless depths of your own inner being, all the answers given by the saints and prophets will remain nothing but empty, dead words dancing in your head. A borrowed answer is a highly dangerous deception because it creates a false illusion of knowledge, making you believe that you are enlightened while your entire house remains engulfed in total pitch black darkness. This is why I refuse to hand you a cheap formula or a comfortable belief to satisfy your ego. I am here to act purely as an empty mirror, reflecting your own inner confusion back to you, so that you are forced to drop your intellectual pretense and enter into the chaotic fire of direct experiencing. When you gather the brave courage to sit or stand in this laboratory of awareness, you must realize that you are entering into a highly personal and deeply subjective dimension that has absolutely nothing to do with the public life of the marketplace. Religious truth is an utterly intimate and confidential matter, exactly like the mystery of love. If a lover whispers a secret into the ears of his beloved in a moment of deep intimacy, that melody loses its entire fragrance and beauty the moment it is broadcast to the cold crowds in the public square. In the exact same way, the subtle experiences that take place when your vital life force begins to awaken and travel up the path of your spine are not meant to be shared or discussed with casual spectators. The world around you is completely fast asleep, and if you speak to an unconscious person about the spectacular colors you are seeing or the unearthly music you are hearing inside your brain, he will instantly laugh at you, label you as a mental case, and try to pull you back into his own safe neurosis. Every human being measures the entire cosmos through the narrow yardstick of his own limited conditioning. If an experience does not fit into his tiny framework of logic, he automatically proclaims that it is an absolute madness or a dangerous hallucination. This is why I strictly advise you to keep your internal journey completely hidden from the critical eyes of the crowd, discussing your breakthroughs and your blockages only with me, so that the opinions of the sleeping world do not function as a negative suggestion and paralyze your progress. Look at the profound physics of the first step, which is the practice of rapid, chaotic breathing. When you force your lungs to move the air in and out with total uncompromised power for 10 continuous minutes, you are intentionally changing the exact proportion of oxygen and carbon dioxide within your physical vehicle. This chemical shift triggers an immediate revolution across your entire body, alerting your blood vessels, your nervous system, and the dormant electric circuits of your brain. You must understand that the ratio of these gases is the very material foundation upon which your everyday state of unconscious slumber is constructed. By violently altering this ratio through the hammer of your breath, you are shaking the foundations of your mechanical habits, forcing the life force to retreat from the superficial periphery of your body and pool together at the base of your spine. You must become a pure breathing machine, a powerful and relentless bellows that knows absolutely no self-restraint or hesitation. If you feel that your internal space is beginning to vibrate with these insights, and if you wish to actively align your frequency with this global transmission of meditation, take a single moment to hit the like button on this video or drop a sincere reflection in the comment section below. For this simple interaction helps to form a powerful digital nucleus, allowing this shared stream of awareness to pierce through the heavy fog of modern materialism and reach thousands of searching souls across the world. As this physical storm reaches its ultimate height, it prepares the ground for the second stage, which is the total and absolute catharsis of your repressed emotions. For decades, you have treated your body like a heavy storage vault, locking away every single impulse of anger, sorrow, jealousy, and sexual lust that society deemed uncivilized or improper. But your physical nervous system does not possess the capacity to understand the sophisticated lies of human culture. It registers every act of suppression as a tight, calcified knot of tension within your muscles and tissues. These emotional blocks form massive complexes that completely paralyze the ascending flow of your vital energy. When the current of the Kundalini begins to wake up through the friction of your deep breathing, it hits these internal walls with immense pressure. And if you try to control your body intellectually during this stage, you will cause a severe fracture within your energetic system. You must give your body absolute, uncompromised freedom to do whatever it desires. If it wants to weep, let your tears wash away the accumulated dust of lifetimes. If it wants to scream full-throatedly, let that sound shatter the artificial mask of your respectability. If the current compels your body to dance wildly, to hop, or to twist into spontaneous yogic asanas, leave your clay vehicle completely uninhibited, for it is through this voluntary chaos that your nervous system is thoroughly purged and made as light and beautiful as a delicate flower. To help you navigate these intricate stages of internal cleansing, providing you with exact scientific guidelines and practical guideposts for your private hours of sadhana, we have made our custom digital e-books available for you to explore, which you can easily download to bring a clear and powerful structure to your inner laboratory. Once your physical vessel has been thoroughly emptied through the fires of catharsis, you slide effortlessly into the third stage, which is the relentless psychological hammering of the question, who am I? Deep breathing must continue to expand your lungs. Your body must remain completely loose and cooperative. And from the absolute center of your consciousness, you must hurl this existential inquiry like a sharp spear into the dark unknown. This is not an intellectual puzzle to be solved by analyzing philosophical systems or memorizing ancient texts. The authentic answer to this question is already buried 30 feet deep within your own unconscious soil. And the mental chant of "Who am I?" works exactly like a heavy spade, digging through the dense layers of your social conditioning, your family name, your professional achievements, and your biological memories. You must repeat this inquiry with a state of absolute madness, letting the sound reverberate through every single cell of your body, every beat of your heart, and every inhalation of your breath. As you dig deeper, another layer of your mind will inevitably step forward to sabotage your efforts, whispering deceptive doubts like, "What will this achieve? This is nothing but an exercise in futility. You should stop and save your energy." This critical inner voice is nothing but a frantic survival mechanism of your false ego, which knows that if you discover your true identity, the illusion of the separate self will instantly dissolve like a shadow when a brilliant light is brought into a room. If you feel a profound call to support the continuous transmission of this work, helping us to firmly protect this oasis of meditation and share these rare teachings with seekers across the globe, you can choose to join our inner sanctuary by clicking the join button right below this video screen, becoming an active member of our global family, or manifest your love and gratitude by utilizing the super thanks feature, which directly fuels this cosmic transmission. When you reach the ultimate crescendo of your intensity, when your energy has touched the absolute boiling point of the 100th degree, all human effort must be instantly abandoned as you enter into the fourth stage, the realm of total relaxation and non-doing. In a single fraction of a second, you drop the deep breathing, you stop the physical movements, and you completely cease to ask the question. You keep lying on the floor as if you have suddenly dropped dead, as if you are no more, becoming a completely hollow void, a pure sky without a single cloud. This is the precise moment where the observer effect manifests its ultimate magic within the laboratory of your soul. When there is no longer any movement in your consciousness, when the pendulum of your mind has completely stopped its mechanical swinging, your awareness becomes a flawless, rippleless mirror. In this absolute silence, the guest whom you have been seeking across countless births suddenly reveals himself from the innermost depths of your own being. You realize that you have never been a separate fragment trying to find a distant God. You are the infinite ocean itself, temporarily trapped within the networks of your own automated thoughts. The storm has completely passed, leaving behind an unearthly peace and streams of abounding bliss that saturate every single fiber of your soul. You must understand the profound danger and the spectacular beauty of this journey. Meditation is an absolute death, far more radical than the physical death of the body. Because while physical death only snatches away your outer garments and joins your soul with a new vehicle, meditation completely snatches you away from yourself, destroying the ancient illusion of the ego once and for all. This is why humanity is so profoundly terrified of the inner depths, preferring to live a safe, predictable, and mechanical existence within the walls of social conditioning. You turn your houses, your marriages, and your organized religions into heavy, dark graves out of the sheer fear of danger and insecurity. You place 1,000 armed guards at your single door, believing that you are safe from the enemies outside, completely unaware that the very wall you have constructed to protect your life has turned your house into a dead tomb. True life belongs only to those brave souls who are willing to live dangerously, who pull down all the walls of their certainty and stand completely open, unprotected, and vulnerable under the open sky of existence. If the coal wants to turn into a brilliant diamond, it must be willing to completely disappear as coal, enduring intense heat and pressure until its black form is entirely shattered and its hidden luminosity is revealed. This is why I urge you to take the ultimate risk, to to step off the dry bank of intellectual logic and plunge directly into the deep, unpredictable currents of this inner river. Look at how the world has perverted the very concepts of sanity and insanity, of strength and weakness. The sophisticated intellectual who carries a piece of paper called a university diploma stands on the periphery of our meditation space and labels the crying, dancing seekers as weak, hysterical, and emotionally unstable people. He prides himself on his absolute control, believing that because he can sit like a rigid statue of wax, he is a man of immense strength and wisdom. But I tell you, his sanity is nothing but a frozen neurosis, a tight prison of fear. If I ask this highly educated intellectual to sit quietly for just 10 minutes and completely stop the movement of his thoughts, he will find to his utter dismay that his mind completely defies his commands, running off to plan a commercial transaction or watch a movie in the marketplace. He is a helpless slave in his own house, yet he dares to look down upon the spontaneous expression of life. True strength belongs only to those brave voyagers who have the courage to venture into the wild extremes of energy, who can dive deep into the chaotic fires of breathing and catharsis. And then, the exact moment I say drop it, they can slide instantly into a state of absolute, wordless stillness. It takes immense willpower to allow your conditioning to completely shatter, to stand naked before the universe without any masks, and to let the primordial current reshape the entire chemistry of your physical form. Consider the profound mystery of the astral dimensions and the transmission of energy known as Shaktipat. Many people come to me with a deep misunderstanding, begging me to touch their foreheads so that they can instantly slide into a state of spiritual trance. They read books about how Ramakrishna touched the young Vivekananda, causing his entire world to spin and dissolve into a vast ocean of light. But they completely forget that for this miracle to take place, Ramakrishna deserves only 50% of the credit. The other 50% belongs entirely to the immense thirst and readiness of Vivekananda himself. It is a 50-50 business, a perfect synchronization of two energetic fields. No one can do Shaktipat knowingly as an act of ego, because the very presence of the ego turns a man into a non-conductor of divine energy. If a person claims that he possesses the personal power to transmit the divine to you, he is indulging in a dangerous game of absolute deception. Shaktipat can only happen through a vehicle who is completely empty, who has become an absolute zero, a pure conduit through which the universal current can flow without encountering any resistance. When a large group of seekers meditates together in a standing position, completely loose and cooperative, they create a powerful astral vortex, an invisible field of electricity that triggers a collective explosion. It is like a brilliant flash of lightning in a dark night. It does not give you a permanent lamp to hold in your hand, but it gives you a sudden, indelible glimpse of the road ahead and the majestic temple waiting at the end of your journey. Once you have seen that reality, even for a single microsecond, your doubts completely evaporate and your feet become firm on the path of transformation. You must understand that there is no possibility of regression or falling down once your consciousness has truly expanded, even by a single fraction of an inch. Stagnation is possible. You can get stuck in a particular grade of your spiritual evolution for lifetimes. If you fall into the company of sleeping, materialistic people, but you can never completely erase the growth that has already occurred within your soul. It is exactly like a school child who has been promoted from the first grade to the second grade. He might become lazy, he might fail his exams and remain stuck in the second grade for years. But there is absolutely no tutor in the world who can make him completely forget how to read the alphabet and force him back into the absolute ignorance of the first grade. Life moves strictly forward. Regression is an absolute illusion. This is why your efforts in meditation are never lost, never squandered. Every single deep breath you take, every moment of conscious witnessing, and every sincere cry of "Who am I?" adds to your permanent capital of spiritual wealth. Therefore, do not allow the superficial criticisms of the sleeping world to depress your enthusiasm or slacken your momentum. The crowd will always laugh at the explorer because the crowd is terrified of the deep ocean, choosing to live a safe, miserable existence on the dry bank. But you are a lonely pilgrim, a brave voyager, destined to cross the frontiers of matter and dissolve into the boundless expanse of the formless divine. Think of the profound difference between Shaktipat and grace, for this is a distinction that is heavily misunderstood by seekers. Shaktipat is a kind of technique that can be scientifically planned, managed, and manipulated when the seeker and the medium are in a perfect state of energetic synchronization. But grace is like the lightning of the heavens. It comes completely uninvited, appearing in the dark at some unexpected and rare moment. You cannot call for it, you cannot have it on order, and it requires absolutely no human mediator to reach your heart. Grace is a direct, sudden dawning of the Supreme Source upon a consciousness that has become completely empty, egoless, and receptive. Elementally, the energy in both Shaktipat and grace is the exact same cosmic force. Just as the electricity running through your domestic appliances is the same energy that flashes across the dark sky during a storm. But while your home electricity is technologically controlled and managed by an instrument, the lightning of the sky knows absolutely no human control. To become a recipient of this heavenly lightning, your mind must drop its feverish pride and enter into a state of total, absolute non-ego. Look at how the world measures the ego in quantities and degrees, completely missing its true nature. If a person's ego rises to an abnormal height, acting with immense arrogance in the marketplace, you label him as an egoist. If his ego operates within the normal social limits, matching the temperature of the crowd around him, you call him a modest, humble person. But I tell you, as long as there is body heat, whether normal or abnormal, it remains a state of fever. Modesty is nothing but a beautifully painted ego, a polite mask designed to protect you from the friction of society. True egolessness is not a matter of degrees. It is a completely separate state of being where all numbers and quantities are completely absent. It is like a dead man who possesses absolutely no bodily fever. We judge the ego of others based purely on how it affects our own pride. If someone flatters your self-importance, you call him a saint. If he hurts your vanity, you call him an arrogant crook. You use your own fever as the ultimate yardstick to measure the temperature of the cosmos. To know the true state of non-ego, you must step out of this game of degrees entirely, allowing your false personality to dissolve into the bottomless reservoir of the unmanifested divine. Consider the profound truth that the discipline of the Kundalini is a method of transformation through extremes. You cannot find absolute rest until you have first experienced the maximum peak of structural tension. Humanity is constantly searching for a cheap peace, a lazy relaxation that requires no real effort. And that is why you remain permanently stuck in a tepid, lukewarm limbo. You want the rich harvest without going through the labor of digging the soil, sowing the seed, and tending the crop. But existence operates according to strict, unyielding laws of balance. The pendulum of your clock must travel to the absolute extremity of the left before it can gather the momentum necessary to swing back and touch the furthest point of the right. In our meditation, we deliberately raise the internal pressure within your nervous system through rapid breathing and absolute catharsis, winding the internal spring of your consciousness to its highest limit. It is from this spectacular peak of intentional tension that your energy takes a magnificent perpendicular leap into the bottomless valley of silence. The peace that follows such a violent storm is not a dead mechanical quietness. It is a live, vibrant tranquility that carries the raw power of the entire cosmos within its empty space. Look at the profound irony of the human mind when it encounters the phenomenon of absolute innocence. When a seeker during our meditation camp becomes so completely overwhelmed by the rising current of the Kundalini that he sheds his clothes, choosing to stand entirely naked before the universe, the sophisticated spectators become deeply shocked and scandalized. They run to me in deep anxiety, whispering that an explosive, dangerous situation is being created, and they demand that constraints be put on his freedom. But I tell you, you are all completely naked beneath your expensive garments. Yet you walk through the marketplace pretending that your clothes are your true identity. You are so deeply terrified of your own inner poverty and squalor that the sight of a physical body in its pristine natural state immediately triggers your defensive mechanisms. You have confused nudity with vulgarity because your eyes are heavily loaded with repressed sexual perversions. When Mahavira discarded his garments 25 centuries ago, choosing to encounter the cosmos in absolute nudity, he was received with bricks and heavy rocks. He was driven out of village after village and denied shelter, even in the lonely cremation grounds outside the town. And today, the very descendants of those ignorant crowds build beautiful stone temples to worship him. And the irony is that the followers of Mahavira are the biggest cloth merchants in the marketplace. They sell clothes all over the country to ensure that no one ever dares to replicate the absolute innocence of their master. You must understand that a moment comes in the journey of deep meditation when many things which society deems essential become heavy hindrances to the innocent mind. Clothes comprise one of the oldest and most deeply ingrained taboos of human culture. They are the supreme symbol of your false civilization. When the primal electricity of the Kundalini surges through your nervous system, it demands an absolute letting go, a complete breakdown of all your artificial boundaries. If a seeker feels that his garments are an unnecessary weight, a calcified shield blocking the free flow of the divine current, he has my full permission to discard them and stand entirely open before the cosmos. This camp is organized strictly for genuine explorers, not for superficial spectators who have come to snoop, pry, and judge the progress of others. If your eyes are closed, if your entire focus is gathered into your own internal space, how can you possibly know or care who is naked and who is clothed around you? Your very disturbance proves that you are not meditating at all. You are stealthily observing others, using their freedom as a cheap excuse to slacken your own efforts and protect your fragile ego. Beware of this cunning deception of your mind. Drop these petty, insignificant matters entirely and throw your total capacity into the chaotic fires of transformation. Think of the spectacular woman named Lalla of Kashmir, who lived her life in absolute, uncompromised nudity, radiating the pure innocence and radiant joy of a little child. The entire region of Kashmir adored her, loved her, and saw in her presence a beauty that completely transcended the physical plane. They used to say that they knew only two names in existence, Allah and Lalla, only two names. If Mahavira had met a brave woman like Lalla, he would have been saved from a major blemish that sticks to his teachings. For he laid down a rigid principle stating that freedom is completely impossible through a female incarnation, and that a woman must first be born as a man before she can touch the realm of ultimate liberation. But Mahavira was not at fault. He was simply reacting to the 40,000 female disciples who surrounded him, none of whom possessed the courage to drop their deep attachment to their garments and face their inner nakedness. He saw that if their clinging to the outer cloak of culture was so absolute, it would be impossible for them to drop their clinging to the inner cloak, which is the physical body. I do not ask you to copy anyone, nor do I demand that you shed your clothes. But if a moment of absolute innocence dawns upon a seeker, no human conditioning should be allowed to shackle his flight. Every well-to-do individual who values the continuity of these rare discourses must make it his highest priority to establish a dynamic sanctuary of meditation within his own house. Lock yourself in a quiet room for 1 full hour every single day. Strip away the artificial armor of your clothes. Stand erect on your own 2 feet without any physical support, and let the storm of your breath reshape your nervous system from the very roots. Let your family know with absolute clarity that they must not disturb your voluntary madness, and that they must leave you entirely to your affairs for that 60 minutes. In a few weeks, the very walls of that room will absorb your highest frequencies of silence and witnessing, turning into an alive portal where thoughts drop away effortlessly the moment you step across the threshold. We are living in a fateful and decisive moment of human history, where a collective explosion of light is the only true shield against total self-destruction. And your regular dedication to this practice is the single most valuable gift you can offer to the evolution of human consciousness. Let us continue to pour our entire life force into this spectacular laboratory, moving deeper into the mechanics of total surrender and cosmic witnessing, letting the words flow like a deep, unstoppable river that refuses to halt until it has completely dissolved into the boundless expanse of the formless divine. But the journey does not conclude with the mere conceptual understanding of this dissolution. For the mind is a master of creating subtle new traps even after you have glimpsed the truth. You must observe with absolute clarity how the ego cleverly disguises itself in the cloak of the observer. It will sit on the hill of your awareness and begin to analyze the dance of your thoughts, saying, "Look, I am witnessing this anger. I am observing this desire. I am perfectly detached." This is the most dangerous trap of all, for it is not the true witness. It is merely the ego playing a game of hide and seek with itself. The true witness is not an active analytical process. It is not a doing at all. If you are trying to observe, you have already missed the mark, for you are still identifying with the observer as a separate, distinct entity. The true witnessing, or what the ancient masters called sakshi, is a state of effortless, passive presence, where the distance between the observer and the observed completely vanishes. It is like a mirror that does not try to reflect the face standing before it. It simply reflects because that is its essential nature. If the mirror were to think, "I am reflecting this face," it would no longer be a mirror but a mental process. You must become exactly like that mirror, still, silent, and completely indifferent to whether the face standing before it is beautiful or hideous. This is the essence of Sahaja Yoga, to exist in a state of absolute, effortless receptivity where you are no longer the actor on the stage of life, but the silent, empty theater itself. I invite you to consider that your thoughts are not your own, just as the clouds passing through the vast, open sky are not the sky itself. You have been identifying with the fleeting clouds, believing yourself to be the stormy weather, the gloomy rain, and the chaotic lightning, completely forgetting your true nature as the boundless, unchanging blue expanse. When a thought of desire arises, you immediately label it my desire. And the moment you attach this label, you are trapped, for you have turned a passing vibration into a permanent part of your identity. But if you can watch that thought arise, move across the screen of your consciousness, and eventually dissolve back into the void without attaching the my label to it, you will experience a miraculous liberation. You do not have to fight the thought, for fighting is simply another form of identification, another way of saying that the thought is important enough to warrant your battle. Just watch it with the indifference of a traveler watching the scenery pass by the window of a train. You do not try to stop the scenery from moving, nor do you try to catch the mountains and store them in your luggage. You simply remain present, aware, and completely detached. This is the secret path to the inner silence that cannot be shaken by the chaotic demands of the marketplace or the painful wounds of your personal history. As you develop this capacity for effortless witnessing, you will find that the energy which was previously drained by the constant friction of your internal arguments now begins to accumulate at the very center of your being. This surplus of vital electricity is what the seekers of old called the gathering of the light. Just as a magnifying glass focuses the scattered, diffused rays of the sun into a single burning point of intense heat, your concentrated awareness focuses your fragmented life force into a singular arrow of consciousness. It is this arrow that has the power to pierce through the heavy curtain of the unknown. Many people come to me and express deep frustration, complaining that they have spent years practicing meditation and yet their mind is still a restless jungle of monkeys, constantly jumping from one branch to another. I tell them, do not try to kill the monkeys, for your attempt to kill them is simply another monkey climbing onto the branch. You are trying to achieve silence through the force of your ego, which is like trying to flatten the waves of the ocean with a heavy wooden board. The harder you press, the more the water splashes and creates a greater disturbance. The only way to still the ocean is to let the wind cease. And the only way to still the mind is to let the identification with the thoughts die away. If you find these intricate mechanical maps of the mind useful for your own daily contemplation, I encourage you to explore our custom digital ebooks, which provide a sharp, scientific structure for your inner work, allowing you to walk the path of the observer with much greater clarity and precision. The nature of the mind is to be a crowd, a noisy marketplace of contradictory voices. But you are not the crowd. You have been standing in the middle of this busy square for your entire life, convinced that the noise belongs to you, that the arguments are your own, and that the anxieties are your responsibility. The moment you step back, the moment you realize that you are the space in which the marketplace exists, rather than the merchants fighting within it, the quality of the silence changes completely. You do not have to move anywhere. You do not have to change your situation. You only have to change your perspective. This shift is not a gradual process that happens over thousands of years. It is a sudden, perpendicular jump that occurs the moment you fully realize the nature of the observer. This is why I repeatedly ask you to bring all your energy into the inquiry of who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Because that single question, when asked with total uncompromised thirst, strikes the very root of the false identity. It does not matter what kind of thought arises. It could be a memory from childhood, a plan for the future, or a subtle feeling of vanity. Just hold it up to the light of your witnessing awareness. Ask who is observing this, and watch the entire structure dissolve. You will discover that the observer has no face, no name, no history, and no specific location in space. It is a pure, transparent void, a clear window through which the universe looks back at itself. If you feel that these words are beginning to pierce through the thick armor of your conditioning, and if you wish to help us maintain this digital sanctuary, allowing these transmissions to continue uninterrupted, you can manifest your love and gratitude by becoming an active member of our global family. By clicking the join button right below this screen, you provide the vital energy needed to protect this space. And by utilizing the Super Thanks feature, you allow your own personal contribution to directly fuel the cosmic work of reaching thousands of searching souls who have lost their way in the desert of materialism. Your active participation is not merely a gesture of support. It is a declaration that you have decided to stand on the side of the light, refusing to let the flame of truth be extinguished by the rising tides of ignorance. We are creating a living, breathing network of awareness, and every interaction, every shared reflection, and every moment of your sincere attention helps to stabilize the frequency of this temple. Do not underestimate the power of your presence in this space. For when thousands of individuals gather their focus toward the same peak of awakening, the resulting energetic impact is capable of shifting the very atmosphere of the planet. Now, consider the profound difference between the state of no mind and what you might call mental silence. For this is a distinction that leads many seekers astray in the initial stages of their journey. Mental silence is often just a temporary suppression of the internal chatter, a state where you have forcefully pushed your thoughts into the basement of your subconscious, believing that you have attained to a great spiritual height. But this is a fragile silence, a false equilibrium that will be shattered by the slightest emotional trigger or environmental disturbance, because the thoughts are merely waiting for an opportunity to explode back to the surface with even greater intensity. The state of no mind, or what I call no thought, is entirely different. It is not a forceful suppression, but a natural, spontaneous arrival of a state where you are so deeply rooted in the center of your witnessing that thoughts can no longer find a foothold in your awareness. It is like a man who is standing in the middle of a very noisy city, yet his mind is so deeply engrossed in a beautiful melody that he does not even hear the sounds of the traffic. The noise is still there, the cars are still moving, but the noise has lost its power to penetrate his internal world. This is the true meaning of being in the world but not of it. It is not about running away to a mountain cave, but about becoming so deeply anchored in your own center that the chaotic marketplace of life is reduced to the sound of distant, insignificant waves. You must understand that the desire to attain peace is often the very obstacle that keeps you far from the truth. Because the moment you make peace an object of your desire, you have introduced a new conflict into your mind. You are now fighting for peace, striving for silence, and worrying about your inability to be still, which only adds layer upon layer of tension to your nervous system. Meditation is not about achieving anything. It is about dropping the illusion that you are currently missing something that needs to be found. You are already the divine essence that you are searching for, but you are looking for it in the distant stars, in the pages of sacred books, and in the images of great masters, while the one who is looking is the very one who is sought. It is like a person who is frantically searching for his own spectacles, checking every drawer, lifting every rug, and asking every member of his family to help him find them, only to eventually realize that they have been sitting comfortably on his own nose for the entire duration of the frantic search. This is the exact condition of the human soul. You are already that which you hope to become, You are already the ultimate reality that you are trying to reach through your spiritual gymnastics. The only thing that needs to happen is the dropping of the frantic search, the cessation of the doing, and the sudden recognition of the truth that was always present, waiting patiently behind the curtain of your restless mind. If your current life feels like a heavy, unbearable burden, it is only because you are carrying the entire weight of the world's expectations upon your narrow shoulders, trying to be a perfect child, a perfect spouse, a perfect employee, and a perfect devotee all at once. You are living your life according to a script written by dead ancestors who knew nothing about the unique, vibrant energy that is flowing through your specific nervous system. Sahaja Yoga, the path of effortless naturalness, demands that you throw away this borrowed script and begin to compose your own music. You must have the immense, unshakable courage to say no to the world, to turn your back on the marketplace's definitions of success, and to walk the path of your own authenticity, even if it means you have to walk it entirely alone. In the beginning, this loneliness will feel like a deep, sharp wound, a terrifying void that threatens to consume your very sense of self. But if you stay with that loneliness, if you do not run away to the crowd for comfort, you will discover that this void is not empty at all. It is the most fertile space in existence, the womb out of which true wisdom, true love, and true divinity are born. Your loneliness is the gateway to your own solitude, and in your solitude, you will finally meet the only person who has ever truly understood you yourself. This realization is the absolute uncompromised end of all religious politics. For once you have encountered the truth within, you can no longer be exploited by the masters of the marketplace. You will see that all the rituals, all the temple memberships, and all the mechanical prayers were nothing but a long, tedious dream, and you will wake up to the morning of your true nature with a lightness of heart that you could never have dreamed possible. Many of you are afraid that this path will make you useless for the world, that you will become a drifting, irresponsible person. But I tell you that only the person who has found his center can be truly responsible. Before you can serve the world, you must have something of value to offer. And you cannot offer your chaotic neuroses, your stored up anger, or your deep existential emptiness. You can only share that which you have realized within your own soul. When you are full of light, your light will naturally radiate to everyone you meet. not because you are trying to be a teacher, but because the light cannot help but shine. You become a living, breathing invitation to the divine, a silent master whose presence alone is enough to wake up the potential in others. This is the ultimate natural goal of all spiritual inquiry, not to become a monk or a recluse, but to become a fully awakened human being, living with absolute freedom and joy in the center of the marketplace. Do not allow the limitations of your physical age, your educational background, or your social status to act as a barrier to this exploration. The divine energy knows nothing of your intellectual history, your past mistakes, or the weight of your social reputation. It only knows the thirst, the total, uncompromised longing to return to the source. Whether you are 80 years old or 20, whether you are a wealthy business person or a humble worker, the path is identical for everyone. It is the path of returning to your own innermost center, the path of finding the house you never truly left. Everything that is happening in your life right now, every pain, every joy, every failure, and every success is a necessary element of your unique preparation for this final meeting. Do not complain about your circumstances. Do not blame your destiny for your current struggles. Your current struggle is your greatest blessing, for it is precisely this intensity of pressure that forces the inner spring to wind up to its absolute limit, preparing your consciousness for the spectacular, perpendicular jump into the boundless sky. Take this life as your sacred laboratory. Use every event as a tool for your inner sharpening, and never forget that you are not the small, limited identity that you take yourself to be. You are the vast, eternal, and deathless reality that lies behind all appearances, watching the entire drama of the universe with the silent, loving eyes of the observer. Take these words not as something to be stored in your intellect, but as an energetic seed that you must plant in the soil of your daily practice. The seed has no value if it is kept inside a dry box. It must be allowed to break open, to die in the darkness of the earth, and to sprout upward toward the light of the sun. Your practice of meditation is the constant watering of this inner garden, the daily care that allows your potential to unfold from its microscopic form into the majestic tree of cosmic awareness. Be patient with yourself, but be completely relentless in your dedication. The obstacles will come, the ego will create distractions, and the world will pull at your sleeve to bring you back into the marketplace. But you must remain as firm as a mountain, as fluid as a river, and as open as the vast blue sky. The decisive moment of your evolution is drawing nearer with every single inhalation you take. And this entire process is orchestrated by your own willingness to dissolve into the truth. You have arrived at the final frontier of your human existence, the last gate that separates the limited form from the boundless, formless, and all that remains is to walk through the gate with the absolute, unshakable trust of a lover walking into the arms of the beloved. If your heart has caught the fire of this transmission, if you feel that the layers of your conditioning are beginning to peel away like dry leaves in an autumn wind, then you must seal this commitment by applying it in your silence. Do not walk away from this space and return to your old mechanical habits as if nothing has been spoken. The truth is not meant to be known. It is meant to be lived, to be breathed, and to be manifested in the very way you walk, speak, and interact with the world around you. You are a miracle waiting to happen, a cosmic explosion waiting for the right moment of ignition, and that moment is not somewhere in the distant future, it is right here, within the very center of your current awareness. If you have found value in this energetic transmission, if you wish to help us protect this sanctuary and share these rare, uncompromised teachings with other struggling seekers on the path, I invite you to join our inner circle of supporters right now by clicking the join button below, becoming a vital part of our global family, or express your gratitude through a super thanks donation which functions as an active contribution to this massive work of waking up the human race. We are marching toward the final light, moving together as one, refusing to halt until every single lamp has been ignited and every soul has recognized its divine face in the mirror of the void. And this internal transformation is not a process that can be suspended or compartmentalized once the fires of awareness have truly begun to melt your old psychological conditioning. You must look closely at what happens to your physical vehicle when this intense chaotic energy starts to penetrate your deeper tissues. The practice of this meditation triggers profound chemical and physiological mutations within your body. Many chronic physical illnesses can completely disappear. Your natural longevity can be immensely enhanced, and the various endocrine glands that have been dormant since your childhood can be suddenly catalyzed into intense activity. Modern medical scientists know with absolute certainty that when a human being falls into a state of deep rage, his body instantly secretes a specific kind of physical poison into his bloodstream. But because a loving, meditative individual is such an incredibly rare phenomenon in our sleeping world, A truly conscious person has yet to enter their scientific laboratories to be thoroughly analyzed. I tell you, when your awareness touches the absolute summit of witnessing, your internal system begins to secrete a magnificent nectar, a sublime spiritual ambrosia that is the very chemical foundation of immortality. Your entire bodily structure undergoes a spectacular sea change. Your electric circuits are rewired, and you begin to perceive reality through a highly heightened spectrum of sensitivity. You will see colors that do not exist on the outside, smell fine perfumes that do not belong to the physical earth, and hear the unstruck music of the cosmos vibrating through your silent void. When you return from this gathering of light to the routine mechanics of your domestic life, you must be prepared to face the natural resistance of your environment. Your family members, your neighbors, and your business associates will look at you with deep confusion and suspicion because they have known you for decades as a grave, serious, and highly predictable person. Suddenly, they will see you dancing with absolute abandon, breathing like a chaotic cyclone, and weeping or laughing without any visible external cause. They will believe that you have completely lost your mind, and they will try to use their critical judgments to drag you back into their safe, respectable cemetery. You must have the immense courage to look into their eyes with absolute love and innocence, acknowledging your past mistakes openly. If your children laugh at you, join them in their laughter. Tell them that you are sorry for trying to enforce a false, rigid gravity upon them in the past, and encourage them to play, dance, and hop freely so that their own natural propensities are never crippled by the sophisticated lies of human culture. In a few weeks, your family will get used to your spiritual laboratory. They will cease to argue with you, and they will leave you entirely to your private hours of contemplation. The subtle impact of your meditation will not remain confined to your separate room. It will slowly begin to transform the very climate of your entire household. If you feel a deep, burning call to support the continuous flow of these transmissions, helping us to firmly protect this digital sanctuary and share these rare streams of ancient wisdom with thousands of searching souls across the marketplace. I invite you to interact deeply with this content. Take a brief moment to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and share this message with those who are struggling to find an opening in their own life, for this shared attention helps to build a powerful, invisible network of light across the planet. For those brave explorers who wish to form a tighter nucleus with our work and directly fuel the continuity of these cosmic discourses, you can choose to join our digital inner sanctuary by clicking the Join button right below this screen, or manifest your deep gratitude by utilizing the Super Thanks feature, which allows your personal energy to directly fund this global revolution of human consciousness. Your alive presence in this space ensures that the fire of truth can continue to burn brightly, melting the cold structures of modern ignorance. You must understand that the coming 50 years are going to be uniquely fateful and decisive for the evolution of life on this earth. The age-old friction between the light of direct religious experiencing and the dense darkness of hyper-materialistic politics has finally reached its ultimate moment of arraignment. We are standing on a dangerous edge where the massive crowds of unconscious politicians and sleeping materialists are bent on deluding themselves and dragging the entire race into an absolute abyss of self-destruction. In this critical moment, a handful of isolated saints living in remote mountain caves can no longer alter the planetary balance. We need a collective explosion of awareness, a spectacular pooling of vital energy that involves hundreds of thousands of individuals simultaneously across the globe. Every single home that establishes a dedicated room for silent contemplation, keeping it under lock and key as a pristine door to the unmanifested, becomes a crucial nucleus in this historic battle for light. To assist you in organizing this spiritual laboratory within your own domestic environment, providing you with exact scientific guidelines and deep structural insights for your daily sadhana, we have crafted our custom digital e-books which you can download and explore during your private hours of meditation. Look at the spectacular soil of this land. Down through the centuries, such extraordinary beings have walked across its mountains and rivers that their light, their deep longings, and their unearthly fragrances have left an indelible vibe in the very air we breathe. The dust of this earth still retains the subtle memory of Buddha's walking feet. The ancient trees still cherish the impact of Mahavira's pristine nudity, and the skies are still filled with the grand hopes of the ancient seers. Everything is fully prepared. The cosmic reservoir is overflowing with grace, and only man needs to gather his courage and return to his true home. This home is not a geographical location. It is the thought-free void that resides at the invisible end of your physical form. When you stand erect on your own 2 feet during meditation, completely loose and cooperative. You are forcing your individual life force to break through its old boundaries and align itself with the global ocean of cosmic electricity. You rise above the narrow definitions of your ego, your social prestige, and your past mistakes, experiencing yourself as a deathless, beginningless expansion of pure consciousness. When you step into the fourth stage of total relaxation, dropping all deep breathing, all bodily catharsis, and all verbal inquiry, you are entering the ultimate gate of self-extinction. You lie down on the mattress as if you have suddenly dropped dead, as if the persona called by your name has completely vanished from existence. This is the supreme moment where the observer effect collapses all human illusions, leaving behind nothing but a flawless, rippleless mirror. In this absolute emptiness, the guest whom you have been restlessly seeking across infinite births reveals himself as your own innermost nature. You realize that you have never been separate from the primeval source. The drop does not merely merge into the sea, but the boundless universal sea completely enters and swallows the tiny drop. All your anxieties dissolve, the deep wounds of your heart are instantly healed, and a river of unearthly bliss begins to saturate every single fiber of your soul. You are no longer an actor fighting on the stage of life. You have become the silent, empty theater itself, watching the entire drama of the universe with the calm, loving eyes of the cosmic observer. As you allow these timeless truths to settle into the deepest recesses of your heart, remember that this transformation cannot be achieved by remaining a passive consumer of information. You must bring this laboratory into your daily life with absolute unyielding dedication. Do not walk away from this transmission and return to your old mechanical habits as if nothing has been spoken. If you have found value in this energetic flow, if you feel that your internal space has expanded through this connection, leave an authentic comment below sharing your breakthroughs, and click the join button to become a permanent pillar of our global temple, or utilize the super thanks feature to express your deep love for this work. I am grateful to you for having listened to me in absolute peace and with such profound love, and I bow down to the magnificent, deathless God who resides within your own heart. You can access our custom ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, through the links in the description below to firmly cement this spiritual physics within your daily life.